All right, welcome to the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy August meeting. Today is August 19th, 2026. It's 8:30 a.m. My name is Jeff Anderson. I'm president of the board, and I now call the meeting to order. Some preliminary comments. There is continuing education offered by the board. If you are interested in receiving continuing education, there is a sign-in sheet at the back of the boardroom. Please sign in for the morning session and the afternoon session if you're interested in receiving continuing education. And we will start with roll call and conflict of interest declarations. Dr. Gandhi, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Thorwald.
Here, no conflict.
Ms. Browning.
Present. Recusals were submitted in writing for Q specifically.
Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Present, my recusals were submitted in writing.
Ms. Walmsley.
Present, my recusals have been submitted in writing.
Ms. Spark.
Present, recusal submitted in writing specifically for F.
Mr. Hogan.
Here, no conflicts.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Here, I have submitted mine in writing.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson.
Present. I've submitted mine in writing. I do need to add one. So it's 4T, 4AA, and 25F.
Mr. Anderson. And last but not least, Mr. Alan Lonevsky.
Present, no conflict.
And Mr. Chair, Alan has taken on this challenge of becoming our public member and just recently appointed. So as you can see, we have a full house here and no elbow room to spare. So I'll let him introduce himself because I don't think I can cover everything he's done in his past.
I'm Alan Lonevsky, and I'm glad to be appointed and thankful. I look forward to working with the board. I'm an attorney and a former administrative law judge, and I'm looking forward to this. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Lenensky. We're excited to work with you. Moving on to tab 3, the meeting minutes. The board is notifying the public that the live stream videos of the meeting shall serve as the official records of our meetings. May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move we approve the minutes.
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to our consent agenda. So this is tab 4. So we have 4 requests to pull from board staff. That's 4C, 4K, 4U, 4V. The Complaint Review Committee has asked that we pull 4P, 4Q, 4T, and 4AA. Are there any other items that we need pulled, board members?
Yeah, I just like to pull 4A.
4A?
Yeah.
Any others, board members? Okay, we will start with 4A. And Mr. Nassif, would you like to share why you'd like this pulled?
Let me just turn. I'm trying to read my notes. Okay, so that's the complaint about pharmacist change quantity. The doctor sent prescription for 120 ml, and the pharmacist changed it to 90 ml, which is the size of one package. And according to AAC R4 23407, back on March 14, 2020, the board adopted allowing pharmacists to change the quantity if package size prescribed is not commercially available. So, and I just need to kind of like clarification. I don't see any violation that has been done by a pharmacist. And I know there is a lack of communication and there is other issues we need to address, but for this change from 120, and the doctor wrote for 120 ml. He did not write 120 vial, and the pharmacist overlooked. So I don't see an medication error here unless somebody see it different way.
Thank you, Mr. Nassif. The Complaint Review Committee did recommend dismissal for Walgreen and issuing a non-disciplinary order for continuing education for 3 hours and error prevention for Ms. Boudreau, who was the pharmacist respondent in this case. We'll open the floor for discussion.
I think we should follow the complaint committee's recommendation.
I mean, what I'm thinking of here, it's the pharmacist should have spoke with the patients, or patient has history of receiving more packages, and the direction says as needed. It doesn't say like 4 times a day. It says as needed for 30 days. And most of the time, the EMR system has a default SIG, and the default SIG can be pre-written on a direction or can be generated when the provider enter the information. The fact that it has as needed and changing the size, I don't think it would, I don't see like any continuous hour or like will help the situation for future. So my proposal is to a letter of concern to the pharmacist, not because of this, it's because of the lack of communication. The pharmacist asked for the pharmacist's name. She did not give her name or the license number. So that's my concern here, the communication, but not the other area.
Thank you, Mr. Nassif. I do see Ms. Chang did come forward. Ms. Chang, do you have additional thoughts to share with the board members?
Thank you, board members. I'm Nancy Chang, compliance officer for this case. I would like to comment that for this case, the individual has been on this medication, and there have been a lot of there has been refills in the profile regarding how much the individual used. So if there has been any questions regarding that, there would have been ability for the pharmacist to verify to see that the amount of use has been a lot more than just 120 ml as indicated on the prescriptions.
So, let's say this prescription sent to a different pharmacy with no history, and you receive the same complaint. Will you act the same thing? Like, will you open a complaint?
I would say as a pharmacist, when you look at the dose and the volume, it is a professional judgment to say that, 90 ml of quantity of 90 ml will only for a dose of one vial, which is 3 ml every 4 hours, which would be 12 vials a day. Although the prescription is for as needed, if you are reducing that, if the patient need at least 12 vials a day, and you only get, which is only 12 vials a day, and if you're only giving 90 ml, which would only be about 7 or 10 day supply versus a quantity of 30 day supply. So that would be a question as to, why would you be reducing the quantity down to just 10 day when the quantity requested is 30
I totally understand that. I'm not pushing back. I'm just trying to understand, like, just for more clarification. So if the pharmacist changed it to more, like he turned the 120 ml to 120 vial, and the provider complained about over giving, it will be another complaint, right? Because I mean, like, we cannot just know what's in people's mind, So the best action that the pharmacist should have spoken with the provider to clarify, right? But the question is, it is like a violation. I mean, I see it's lack of communication, right? But according to this R423-407, the pharmacist exercise what we allow them to do. I mean, my concern here, not only this one, do we need this, our pharmacists, community pharmacists, to keep calling for any single thing? Now, the other question, did it cause a harm? I mean, it's been corrected after rough communications, as I read. But to me, it is like a warning or a letter of concern that we serve this complaint and to address the issue. but that's my personal thoughts.
I'll just share that I think that the pharmacist does have a duty to reconcile the conflicting quantities and day supply calculations. As Ms. Chang explained it, the vial is 3 mLs. They require 3 mLs, one vial 4 times a day, up to 4 times a day as needed. So I think that pharmacist had a duty to reconcile, and having that history at that same pharmacy should have prompted this pharmacist to dig a little deeper and do the right thing for the patient.
Okay, so are we allowing, just to make it for community, are we allowing pharmacists to change it without calling doctor? I mean, that's the question. Let's say like has no refill, 120 ml. Are we okay in future if we have a case that the pharmacist did the diligent and they look at the history and they decide the doctor made a mistake and they dispense 120 vial instead of 120 ml and the doctor or provider get upset? Are we okay with that?
Yeah,
Just like for future, we don't want to like go because now we are setting a new standard. I mean, I believe we should address the other issue, which is the lack of communication, not giving names or license number. And I believe the pharmacist could have de-escalated the situation using like skills, and they should do the right thing by calling doctors and de-escalate, and the pharmacist won't be here if that have been done. But so to the board, like for clarification, if that happened in the future and the pharmacist said, okay, the patient's been taking that much quantity before and I used my clinical judgment, is that would be okay?
So Mr. Nassif, I'm hearing you formulate a motion. Did you formulate a motion for,
For a letter of concern
and
for a pharmacist.
So that would be to not accept the committee's recommendation?
Yeah, I'm,
an alternative.
yeah, that's my motion, not to accept the recommendation. That's my first motion.
is there a second? Hearing none, motion fails. The complaint review
Could you
committee.
give it time? So no second? All right,
I'll second.
all right. Thank
All
you.
right, we've got a first and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
Nay.
All right, motion does not carry.
I move we accept the complaint committee's recommendation.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Nassif. That was good dialogue on that case. Moving on to tab 4C. And I believe a concern was raised by the respondent on this case. Dr. Gandhi, did you have some comments you could share, or is the respondent here?
The respondent is here, Mr. Chair, and I'll let him explain.
Over here? Either one? Okay. If you could please introduce yourself for the record and by activating the microphone first. Yes.
Hello, my name is Ed Walensky. I'm the pharmacist in the complaint at the Walmart in Parker.
Thank you. And can you explain why you're here today?
Okay. I viewed and thank you for allowing me to present supplemental information. I viewed the video meeting last week with the discussion of this air. And the discussion was primarily between Dr. Davis and Ms. Browning about that I didn't know that there was a 15-day sensor. These continuous glucose monitors are little devices you wear on your skin, and you can check your glucose anytime. That there was originally a 10-day sensor, and the doctor prescribed the 15-day sensor. There were several pharmacists that were required to respond to this complaint. One of them wrote a very long response and discussed that they didn't know that there was a 15-day sensor. In my response, I had indicated that there was no availability at the time of the 15-day sensor. It had just been launched by the manufacturer. All you knew at that time on January 12th when this prescription came in was that you open a McKesson and you see a yellow warning triangle with no stock and no ETA. I did know, and I included that in my response, that there was a 15-day. the manufacturer announced it in December. I had seen some advertisements of it. I had one inquiry in Yuma about the 15-day. And I knew from then, and it was then earlier that week, and then on the 12th, no availability. I printed some information about the Dexcom. You know, we didn't have this information back on the 12th, but even the manufacturer said they were scaling up to retail pharmacies in late January of 2026. And the first time the pharmacy received its first distribution was February 10th. The Dexcom G7 10-day, the patient had been on it, and they that was the only device that would work with their all of their current gear to continuously monitor. So I just wanted to include that. I didn't mean to go, I certainly didn't mean to inconvenience the patient. The patient clearly wanted the 15-day, but that was, I put the prescription on hold and attempted to contact the customer, but he was out of town, didn't return to the pharmacy for any of his prescriptions that I had transferred for him for almost 2 weeks. So everything was reversed. And then when this was asked for, it was filled for the 10-day, as I would have done, because that was all that was available then, and that was still all that was available. I believe it was January 21st or 22nd when he came back. So I just wanted to include that and as supplemental information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malinsky. Board members, the Complaint Review Committee recommended issuing a non-disciplinary order for continuing education for 3 hours in error prevention to Mr. Malinsky and dismiss against Walmart. Now that we have additional information, is there another consideration?
I would move we dismiss against both.
All right, I've got a first for dismiss against the permit and the pharmacist. Any further discussion or a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for being here, Mr. Malinsky.
Thank you for hearing me. Thank you.
All right, moving on to 4K. And Dr. Gandhi, I believe this one was requested by staff as well for us to reconsider.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, which one?
4K, complaint
4K.
number 26-0168.
Mr. President, if I may, one of the respondents asked for this case to be tabled. She's seeking legal counsel.
Okay. So in this case, they've asked for this to be tabled. So do we have a motion to table this until October?
Do we need to make motion to not accept the recommendation first and then we table it? Or we keep
No.
it? No?
No, the motion would be just to table until October based on a respondent request.
I move we table until October.
I
Second.
see.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to tab 4U. This is complaint 26-0250. I have a note here that the technician respondent in this case is also willing to offer a voluntary surrender for her license. We had moved, the Complaint Review Committee had recommended that we move this complaint to conference. Does that impact the Complaint Review Committee's or the board's determination of that recommendation for conference?
If the board agrees, you can move this matter to conference. And as part of that motion, if the technician follows through with her representation for a voluntary surrender, that would be accepted and she would be removed from the conference.
Thank you for clarification, Ms. Galvin.
I move we proceed with the complaint committee's recommendation with the stipulation that if the technician chooses a voluntary surrender, that would precede the need to go to conference for that individual.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to 4V. This is complaint number 26-0203, respondent Peng Wen and Walmart 4293. I understand the complainant may be here and may want to speak to board members. Do we see anybody online?
Is the complainant for 4V in the room? V like Victor?
All right. Seeing no complainant here, we will, since we will continue with the Complaint Review Committee's recommendation, which was to dismiss against Walmart Store 4293 and issue a non-disciplinary order for continuing education for 3 hours and error prevention for pharmacist Wen.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, now moving back to 4P. Sorry. So this was referred to full board by the Complaint Review Committee. 4P. And this is complaint number 26-0385, respondent Walgreen number 6571, Anita Vega, pharmacist, and Jesus Haros, technician. The pharmacy dispensed the incorrect dosage to a pet. I know there were some concerns about phenobarbital inventory, and I'm curious, Mr. Castaneda, do you have any additional information for this complaint?
Morning, board members. Ben Castaneda, Compliance Officer at the State Board of Pharmacy. So after the complaint committee meeting, I did visit the pharmacy to check the on hands and do a cover audit of both phenobarbital 30 milligrams and 60 milligrams. I have not gotten the numbers back for purchases and sales of each drug from the company yet, so I can't complete that audit. However, the on hand of the phenobarbital 60 milligrams was 819 when we counted it that day, and the computer had 881, which is roughly about 60 tablets, which could possibly indicate that it was filled with the incorrect dose of 60 milligrams.
Thank you, Mr. Castaneda. Board members, the Complaint Review Committee did present this to full board, so we'll open the floor for discussion.
Mr. Castaneda, what I remember about this case is that the 30 milligram strength was the one that was scan verified, and that's why we were confused about how the 60 milligram got dispensed, right?
That is correct, yes. It appears based off the audit report that the correct medication was scanned at the pharmacy, but it was filled with the incorrect medication.
Board members, do we have thoughts on a motion?
I think the thing that's difficult for me is that I can't find a narrative as to how this happened. They reviewed the video, the correct drug was scanned. it's hard to say it was a human error when I don't see where the error would have been.
Would you like to hear from them? Would you want to move it to conference?
We move it to conference.
What we're gonna,
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to 4Q.
McHughes.
And this is referred from the Complaint Review Committee to the full board. This is complaint number 26-0103. Respondent is Preston Sandoval, technician trainee, Emily Ozello, pharmacist, and Civic Center Pharmacy. Type of complaint, the pharmacy sold a prescription to the wrong patient. Board members will open the floor for discussion, and it looks like, are you Ms. Ozello?
I'm Kristen Bash, attorney on behalf of Ms. Ozello.
Okay, welcome.
She's also online.
Okay. Ms. Ozello, could you please unmute yourself and turn on your camera and introduce yourself for the board, for the record, please?
Hi, this is Emily Ozello. Thank you for reviewing me.
Ms. Ozello, do you have a camera that you're able to activate?
I am trying. Hold on just a second here.
And pardon me, is it Ms. Basha? Okay, thank you. All right, while she's trying to figure out the camera, board members, we'll open the floor for discussion. Or any questions for Ms. Ozello?
I mean, just reading this case, it looks like indeed an error occurred. The prescription was given to the wrong patient through delivery service. To me, in reading this, it looks like the technician, it was a refill, so I don't know what oversight the pharmacist would have been able to have or know of that. So I would move that we dismiss the complaint against Civic Center Pharmacy and dismiss against the pharmacist, and 3 hours of non-disciplinary CE in patient safety, medication safety for the technician.
Thank you, Ms. Sparks. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for being here, Ms. Basha and Ms. Ozello. And the next two cases, I will hand over to Dr. Sparks as I'm recused.
Okay, thank you. We will move to 4T. Real quick. This is complaint 260324 against Banner Family Pharmacy and Earl Asante. And I do have a note here that there is a request to table. One of the respondents is obtaining legal counsel.
So moved.
Second.
All right, hearing a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, moving to 4AA. This is complaint 260207. And technician Samantha Holmes, the licensee falsified pharmacy unit inspection records. And this was referred to the full board.
I mean, the technician admitted to to what she did, and so I don't think the conference will benefit. We have all what we need. So what I'm thinking of, like kind of probation for this individual.
If I may, the board may wish to ask if she's in the room. I believe she may be.
Yeah, she.
Is Samantha Holmes in the room? Would like to please come forward. Hi there. Could you turn on your mic and state your name for the record?
Hello, my name is Samantha Holmes. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you. Do you have any comments that you would like to?
I take full responsibility for the choices I make. I am working and I have placed myself in a position where I'm under a microscope and scrutiny day in and day out by my peers, by my pharmacists, and by myself. And the only thing I hope is that I can move forward and work to be a better healthcare worker, because I love working as a pharmacy technician. I did 17 years of great pride in the work that I've done, and I regret the decisions. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I regret every decision I made. I worked at Banner Pharmacy for 9 years, and I took so much pride through COVID, through the patients, and watching the care that was put in. It is.
Thank you for sharing. I know how difficult it is to be here. Could you share a little bit about what you've learned and what you would do differently?
What I've learned is that every process in healthcare is important. Even if you think in your head and it's treated so minusculely, every process that we work as healthcare providers is important to maintaining customer safety and regulatory work to make sure that everything is in check, that patients are taken care of to the highest standards. And at that time, the times that I did, it was not to the highest standards, and I have to hold myself at a higher pedestal to make sure that.
Thank you. Board members?
I think Mr. Al-Nassif was planning to make a motion. I have an alternative thought. I don't know what we're going to gain out of putting on her on probation. She seems very remorseful for her actions, although these are very serious things that she did. So I'm thinking perhaps maybe 3 hours in disciplinary CE around ethics or something like that, so that there's a record of this that follows her, but without necessarily having to place conditions on her license.
That's your motion? Or-
Yes, 3 hours of disciplinary CE and ethics.
And I second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
It's a roll call, Madam Chair.
Roll call.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson's recused, and Mr. Lanevsky.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much for giving me the time to speak. I really appreciate it, and I really value this experience.
All right, that concludes the items pulled from the consent agenda. I believe we now need a motion for accepting the complaint review committee recommendations for everything else that was not pulled.
I make that motion.
Should we do this in combination with the remainder of the consent agenda, tabs 4 through 10?
You can.
That is my motion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thorwald.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
I take
Oh,
roll
aye.
call.
Roll
Mr.
call,
Chair.
excuse me.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley,
I noting recusals.
Ms. Spark,
I noting recusals.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
I noting recusals.
Mr. Anderson,
I noting recusals.
and Mr. Lanowski.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. I've been asked that we take a 5-minute break, so we're gonna take a pause for 5 minutes and we'll be back.
They'll say board members go to page 3,600.
On the other side here, where I got yours at that note.
No, you can hit note here. Yeah.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 2, check 1 2.
All right, our technical issue has been resolved. We're gonna resume.
Any gavel.
All right, we're back from break. Our technical issue has been resolved. We're gonna move forward with tab.
The chair has called the meeting back to order.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. Appreciate the help. All right, so we're back on tab 11. Starting first with tab 11A, this is complaints requiring board review. This is complaint number 25-0616. Staff is Ms. Fuentes. Respondent is Catalent Indiana LLC manufacturer. Type of complaint, a complainant requested an investigation based on findings from a recent FDA inspection, which findings included unsanitary conditions and equipment failures. Do we have the respondent present or on the line? All right, Ms. Fuentes, could you share a brief summary for the board why we're here today?
Absolutely. BF Fuentes, Compliance Officer. At the June board meeting, the board requested the result of the April 2026 FDA reinspection. Catalent Indiana LLC subsequently provided a copy of the FDA Form 483 and a new list of corrective and preventive action commitments. At the time, when Catalent provided us with the Form 483, the FDA had not classified the inspection. Following the April 2026 reinspection, the company was issued another FDA Form 483. Yesterday, I received an email from Catalent stating that the inspection had been classified as an official action indicated. Despite the company's CAPAs following the 2025 FDA inspection, FDA inspectors found that some of the issues persisted, such as contamination issues, aseptic processing, and deficient quality control assessments. The company has produced a new CAPA list aimed to resolve observations found in the April 2026 reinspection. In yesterday's email, Catalent stated that they continue to engage with the FDA and that the FDA has not requested any additional recalls or outlined any quality concerns with the products they manufacture. Since the 2025 inspection, the company has reported implementing changes to its quality management team. The actions have included a new head of quality and the addition of subject matter experts. It also engaged a third-party CGMP as required by the FDA warning letter.
Thank you, Ms. Fuentes. We'll open the floor for discussion, board members. I'll start. I see that they're not trending in the right direction, this manufacturer. And please correct me if I'm wrong. Does this, I'm assuming this is in Indiana?
Yes.
Do they have a home state inspection for manufacturers?
Permitted it. No, they're not permitted as a CDMO.
Okay. I mean, if we follow I walked this through our NABP decision tree and I do see this as at-risk conduct. So I think we need to continue to monitor them if we're going to allow them to keep a license to serve Indiana or to serve residents of Arizona from Indiana.
I concur.
Are you thinking of any action at this moment?
I guess in order to just continue to get all of their inspection reports and third-party consultant reports and correspondence from the FDA, if we can't continue to have this at every single meeting. I mean, put them on probation. So I guess my motion would be for a consent agreement for probation for 3 years, share all inspection reports by third-party consultants and provide any and all correspondence to and from the FDA, and must make a written request to for probation to be lifted and appear in front of the board at the conclusion of their probation.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Aye.
Sorry, Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Browning.
Aye.
Ms. Davis is recused. Ms. Walmsley.
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Lonevsky.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you, Ms. Fuentes. Moving on to tab 11B, this is complaint number 26-0188. Board staff is Mr. Carlapudi. Respondent is Mayo Clinic, Bianca Medina, pharmacy technician, Jeffrey Betcher, director of pharmacy, Justin Hops, pharmacist in charge, and Jessica Perna, pharmacist in charge. Could I please have the respondents introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Claudia Stedman, attorney for Mayo Clinic, Mr. Betcher, and Mr. Hops and Ms. Perna.
Jeff Betcher, Director of Pharmacy at Mayo Clinic.
Welcome. Mr. Carlapudi, could you provide a summary for us, please?
Good morning, board members. This is Ram Carlapudi, Compliance Officer with Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. So the complaint, I'll give you a high-level recap. The Board of Pharmacy opened a complaint against the pharmacy technician BM after receiving the pharmacy technician termination notice from Mayo Oncology Pharmacy for falsification of surface sampling records. The technician performed surface sampling outside the clean room of the satellite pharmacy associated with the hospital inpatient pharmacy. The technician completed this activity because her badge allowed her access to the pharmacy area without the first pharmacist scanning their badge. Also, Tech BM could complete her falsified surface sampling unsupervised by floor pharmacists in other areas of the hospital or by the pharmacist from the main hospital pharmacy. The satellite is not permitted by the board as a remote hospital site pharmacy with audio-video connection for adequate remote supervision by the floor pharmacist or the main hospital pharmacist. Further investigation found that on 59 occasions between January 1, 2026 and June 3, 2026, 7 pharmacy technicians entered the pharmacy before the pharmacist. 8 pharmacists were involved in late arrivals, and pharmacy leadership should have periodically reviewed the accuracy of security access authorization for their personal per pharmacy policy. According to the pharmacy respondents, their current policy or previous policy, the satellite pharmacy should have a pharmacist on duty when a pharmacy technician is present, but this did not always happen. There were 59 occasions when pharmacists arrived later than the technicians and were not prevented even after the incident with Tech BM on 3/9/26. Tech BM entered the pharmacy at 6:15 a.m. and the pharmacist JMN entered at 8:03 a.m. This was the longest time gap between Tech and pharmacist entries. After the complaint investigation started, the pharmacy changed its policies. Technicians are no longer allowed to enter without the pharmacist entering first, and the pharmacy was actively implementing changes to the badge scanning hardware.
Thank you, Mr. Carlapudi. It looks like we've got 2 other respondents on the line. Ms. Stedman, are those your clients?
Yes, Jessica Perna is the pick for the satellite pharmacy and Justin Hops is the pick for the oncology pharmacy. They're just attending remotely.
Thank you, Ms. Stedman. Could we have those respondents please unmute themselves and introduce themselves for the record?
Sure. Good morning. My name's Jessica Perna.
Welcome.
Hello, I am Justin Hoppus.
Welcome, Mr. Hoppus. Just a clarifying question before we get started. So the hospital permit is not a named respondent in this case. Obviously, the hospital permit is the one that oversees the satellite pharmacy, if I'm correct. Is there what's the term, Mr. Gandhi?
We did email Ms. Stedman yesterday regarding that oversight, and they are waiving the right of proper notice for that situation, so they are now included in this discussion.
Thank you.
And is that correct, Ms. Stedman?
It is. I would like to add for the record that we respectfully disagree with the inclusion of the hospital pharmacy, but we are waiving the notice that was not provided to the hospital pharmacy for this complaint.
Thank you.
All right, just for the complexity of this for all the board members. So we've got two pharmacy permits. We've got the hospital pharmacy permit, and we've got the Mayo Clinic Phoenix Oncology Pharmacy permit, which was the one that was identified on the record for the technician for the unprofessional conduct. So the location of the satellite pharmacy, what type of satellite pharmacy is this, and where is it located?
Yes, thank you. This is an ambulatory infusion center, so it's a hospital-associated ambulatory infusion center that's part of our hospital permit.
And then the Mayo Clinic Phoenix Oncology Pharmacy permit, where is that permit located?
That permit is located in a building still connected to the hospital, but up on our third floor of our oncology building. And that is a separate limited service permit that services our oncology infusion practice.
So that permit was not involved in the oversight of this satellite pharmacy.
Correct.
But the technician involved in the complaint was a primary employee of that Mayo Clinic Pharmacy Oncology Pharmacy. Is that why they are listed?
That is correct.
And Mr. Hops is the pharmacist in charge for the Mayo Clinic Phoenix Oncology Pharmacy permit.
Correct.
And Ms. Perna is the pharmacist in charge for the hospital permit.
Correct.
And you're the director overseeing the entire campus.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, board members, we'll open the floor for any discussion.
Mr. Anderson, I would love to give a brief statement if that's possible before questions.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. President Anderson and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to address you today on behalf of Mayo Clinic Oncology Pharmacy, Director of Pharmacy Jeffrey Betcher, and Pharmacists in Charge Justin Hops and Jessica Perna. I will refer to these individuals as the Mayo respondents. On April 1st, 2026, Mayo self-reported Ms. Medina's misconduct and termination after discovering that she violated sterile surface sampling procedures, falsified documentation, and made false statements during an internal investigation. Mayo reported Ms. Medina's conduct transparently and in good faith. Despite Mayo's proactive approach and cooperation with the board, the scope of this investigation has expanded significantly. Candidly, we are unsure why certain Mayo respondents have been included in this matter, given their lack of connection to the case. For instance, it is unclear why Mr. Hops continues to be listed as a respondent, given that he is not the pick of the pharmacy where Ms. Medina's misconduct occurred. And likewise, the oncology pharmacy is confusingly still included as a respondent, despite the fact that BM's off-hours access occurred in a different pharmacy. For the reasons explained in the response, which I will briefly summarize, we respectfully request that the board dismiss the complaint against the Mayo respondents. At the outset, it bears emphasizing that Ms. Medina's misconduct did not result in any patient harm, there was no diversion, and there were no adverse events. The root cause of this incident was Ms. Medina's unilateral and misguided decision to enter a pharmacy outside of its hours of operation, falsify records, and lie to her supervisors. A secondary factor is in Ms. Medina's off-hours access was a coding error in Mayo's badge reader system. Mayo's pharmacy leadership directed Mayo's security department to restrict the pharmacy door's badge reader to the satellite pharmacy to its operating hours only. Unfortunately, the security department inadvertently set the door access to always. This was a temporary coding issue, not a policy and compliance failure. I also want to emphasize that Mayo has not changed its policies. Its policies before, during, and after this incident were never to allow technician access to a pharmacy without a supervising pharmacist. Its pharmacy access and key distribution policy restricts, quote, badge access to the pharmacy to the operational hours when a pharmacist is present, end quote. And its pharmacy department hours policy requires, quote, all pharmacy locations to be under the direct supervision of a registered pharmacist, unquote. Although there is ambiguity in the code provisions regarding the scope of the physical presence requirements and their application here, Mayo's policies are compliant with any interpretation of those rules. The coding error has been fixed. All badge reader settings have been updated so that, consistent with Mayo's existing policies, technicians can only enter their assigned pharmacy spaces during the pharmacy's operating hours, and a work order is in progress to add keypad functionality that will require a pharmacist to swipe and enter a PIN before technician access is triggered. These process improvements exceed what is required under the board's rules. Mayo has been exceptionally cooperative and transparent throughout this investigation. They've answered numerous emails from Mr. Carlapudi, responded to board-issued subpoenas, and have provided a detailed written response to the complaint. Additionally, Mayo has re-emphasized expectations for secured pharmacy areas with all pharmacy staff and pharmacy leadership through re-education and signed attestations that applicable policies and procedures have been reviewed. In conclusion, Mayo self-reported Ms. Medina's conduct to the board, remediated the coding error, and implemented comprehensive process improvements beyond what is required by the rules. Mayo's policies and procedures have at all times complied with any interpretation of the board's rules. There was no patient harm, no diversion, and no intentional noncompliance. I respectfully request that the board dismiss complaint number 26-0188 as to the Mayo respondents. Thank you for your time, and we are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Stedman.
Mr. President, can I clarify a couple of things?
Please do.
So council commented that technician BM entered the pharmacy during off hours, but the timestamp shows that she entered at 6:15 a.m. on 3/9/2026. That is 6 o'clock is the starting time, but she entered at 6:15. The pharmacist actually came at 8:03. That was a problem. And the respondents were included in the complaint because they did not catch this problem. Technicians entering the pharmacy without pharmacists being present.
Could I please respond to the first point? So Mayo Clinic Rochester is located in Minnesota. It's a central time zone. Mayo Clinic Arizona is located in Arizona. And at the time that this access occurred, there was a 2-hour time difference. So we did explain to Mr. Carlapudi that the access occurred at 4:15 a.m., not 6:15 a.m. And that's due to the time difference between Central and I think we were in Mountain Time at that point.
But the pharmacist still wasn't present until after hours of operation after 8 a.m.
That
So
is
the
correct.
posted hours of operation for the satellite is at 6 a.m. So the technician still arrived at 4:15 a.m., which is still inappropriate.
We don't disagree with that.
Thank
I
you.
just want to clarify the facts.
And just from reading the submission by Mr. Hoppes, he was the supervising pharmacist who reported this technician. And he identified his permit as the permit holder for this technician on his submission to the board. So that's why they were included. So your comment about why we've included them as being somewhat frivolous, I think is inconsistent with what you submitted initially. So they were doing their due diligence in identifying and keeping the respondents as were provided by Mayo to the board staff.
So it's mentioned in the corrective action. One of the things is installation of a keypad, which would restrict, the pharmacist has to essentially badge into the unit before technicians can enter. Has that been implemented?
That has not yet been implemented. We have it approved by our Space and Building Committee, and the equipment is on order and will be installed in all of the pharmacies. And I think we added this as an added safeguard because the current system will not, if a pharmacist ends up being late, come 8 o'clock, the opening time, or 6 o'clock in the case of the hospital infusion center, they still could get in without that. So we thought we'd add an added level of security.
Okay. And I understand it was like a coding issue with the security as far as so that's what other, I guess, part of your corrective action plan, what are some of the other things to do some checks and balances against that? Is there a plan to, as you get new associates and you onboard them.
Yeah, so we have system in plan to check them and make sure they get on the appropriate access. Our challenge was that we have the information that we have that we can pull from the system just looks at our technicians and pharmacists, our different classifications, and make sure that they're on the right list. The second level of this is each pharmacy has the badge readers set to different settings for pharmacists and technicians. The hospital is set to always for pharmacists and technicians because we're 24/7. Our pharmacies, both retail, limited service, and infusion that are not 24/7, that have hours of operation, are coded for our technicians just to be allowed in those spaces at that particular time. We had two levels. We thought we fixed this the first time, as Ram alluded to. Ms. Medina was in two different groups as she just moved her position from the hospital supervisor over into our investigational studies group that's under Justin in the cancer center pharmacy. And she had an access that had not yet been switched over for our narcotic room. And that was set to always because it's in the hospital. And that, unfortunately, we thought overrode what was in place for our ambulatory infusion center. But upon further investigation, as part of our remediation plan is to do weekly checks for a while and then monthly checks, we found that people were still getting in a couple of minutes before the pharmacist. And we found the coding error that security had that didn't have it set. It had it set to always for technicians instead of the hours.
Okay, thank you.
I would also add that there's been education for existing pharmacy staff and new hires, and they're required to sign an attestation stating that they have reviewed applicable policies and procedures as well as board rules.
I have a question for Ms. Perna. Ms. Perna.
Yes.
So as the PIC for the hospital permit overseeing this satellite, so these 59 instances of technicians entering this satellite prior to a pharmacist, what sort of surveillance strategies do you have in place to identify this? Obviously you didn't, but what were you doing to ensure security of your pharmacy departments?
Thank you for the question. We do have badge reader reports in which what's readily available to us are very complex, but there's a system by which we can request more discrete information from security. That is something we learned, after the fact being available to us. So I think that's something that now we can employ. I'm certainly not making excuses, but again, the complexity of data and the line limitations of the reports were just limitations in being able to reasonably review that data. For instance, if you pull a badge reader report currently, it has a number of field limitations, and just the copious amount of badge reader swipes is such that it won't yield a full report. So again, since then, we have worked with security to have a more robust report available to us. Maybe if I might add, I think some of the 59 instances that Ram described, we're talking minutes apart, and it might just be the difference between an individual and where they parked, and they were able to badge in first at 6 a.m. and a pharmacist walked in a few minutes behind. So what I don't think is happening is anything egregious related to work activity being performed, rather than they just got there first.
I have a question for our compliance officer. So for my understanding, so this is satellite location.
Yes.
No pharmacist in person there, right?
Yes,
It's
their
a remote
policy.
it's a remote supervision, right?
It's not a remote hospital pharmacy. Like we have some locations in the city where the main hospital watches the satellite. It's not that situation.
Okay, I'm gonna double check because I got a little bit confused here.
And I would like to clarify the timestamp. Initially, they provided Minnesota time readings, and then subsequently they provided the Mayo Phoenix location timestamps. and there was a difference. So I contacted them and they said the initial readings were from Minnesota. So I was assuming that 6:15 a.m. is correct. You know, when Bianca, I mean, the technician BM actually entered. That's what my understanding is.
So Ms. Perna, just as a follow-up, it sounds like are there now systems in place for you to review weekly reports of badge access and who has access to your pharmacies?
Those are available, yes.
Are you actively using them today?
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Is Ms. Medina available today, either in the audience or online?
Good morning. Yes, I'm here.
Ms. Medina, when you, let me ask you a question. On 3/9/26, do you remember entering the pharmacy? And if so, at what time, local time?
It's around 4:15 local time.
So we're hearing that there are about 59 instances of various technicians entering pharmacies before pharmacists. In your opinion, was that a known issue between a pharmacist and a technician? Said it differently, did the pharmacist kind of realize that techs were in the pharmacy before the pharmacist arrived?
And that I'm not sure of.
Thank you.
Miss Medina, I have a follow-up question. Were you ever instructed that it was not appropriate for you to be in a pharmacy without a pharmacist present? Did you know what you were doing is wrong?
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
Was this allowed by policy, Mr. Betcher?
No, policy did not allow for this. I think we were surprised to hear that this was not being enforced and that technicians were entering beforehand. I think one of the comments I might make to the 56 is, I believe 39 or 42 of the instances were one individual that is a technician within our quality program. It doesn't give her cause to be in there without a pharmacist, clearly, because it's a pharmacy, but it was one individual. So it wasn't a broad group of technicians that were coming in here. It was one that's office is in there and came in and started doing our quality work.
So who's responsible for ensuring that your team members adhere to Mayo's policy? Is that you as the director of pharmacy?
Ultimately, myself as director of pharmacy and my leadership team picks in each one of the areas to uphold that policy and make sure that it's enforced.
Thank you, Mr. Betcher.
Miss Medina, I'd like to hear from you a little bit about the falsification of the records. Can you explain to me what happened from your perspective and why you chose to make that decision?
Yeah, very unfortunate. I do regret what I did every day. I know that it wasn't okay. I had reached out to the individual that normally does it. I know she was sick and kind of stressing out, and I had offered to help. My heart was in the right place, and just during the week with, just with normal workflow, but then also kind of like assisting onboarding the supervisor and things like that in their position, my time just got away from me. And instead of just admitting that, hey, I'm so sorry I couldn't get to it, I made the regretful decision to say that I did it when in reality I didn't. And I wish I could take it back.
Board members, let's take, if we're done with questions, let's open the floor for discussion, and then let's look at the technician first, and then Mayo Clinic and the respondents from Mayo second.
I'm very concerned about Miss Medina's seems like continued lapse of judgment. Seems like she knew what she did with falsification of records was wrong. She knew she shouldn't be entering the pharmacy without a pharmacist present, and she chose to do that. So it does make me a little concerned that, what other lapses in judgment does she have that we don't know about?
Agree, Ms. Walmsley. Board members, any other comments, discussion? Would someone like to formulate a motion, or Ms. Galvin?
Would the board care to receive legal advice in executive session?
That's what I was thinking.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll be back after executive session. All right, welcome back from executive session. We'll continue our deliberations. Board members, the floor is still open for discussions and questions. Let's focus the first motion for Ms. Bianca Medina, please.
I have a question for Ram before we get there. In the summary, it talks about Ms. Medina violating sterile surface sampling procedures. Can you elaborate on that at all?
So she entered the pharmacy when there was no pharmacist present, and she did not go into the clean room, but she took the samples outside the clean room, and mislabeled the plates and kept them in inappropriate or wrong incubators. All those things. Yeah. So
thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I have a question for the pharmacy director. So there is 59 incidents when technicians entered the pharmacy before pharmacist presence, right? Has any of your pharmacy managers reported that to you or shared this information with you? Have you heard about it?
No, I think this complaint, as we looked at the 30-day look back and saw Ms. Medina in there at 4:15, is what made us realize, hey, let's see what was going on when this was actually done. And then as a byproduct of that investigation, we found that there were additional people that were going in there before the hours that we have posted for its opening. So this was the first time that we had this brought forward to us.
We or you?
We.
Okay, because I'm assuming when the pharmacist in charge or pharmacist on duty, they would know if a technician entered the pharmacy before them, right? Like assuming. So it is something pharmacists or your staff pharmacist should be aware of, right? But you have not heard about it till the complaint. Just gonna do this clarification.
Very good question, Mr. Nassif. So it seems like the culture of the staff pharmacists that staff the satellite pharmacies, on 59 occasions, they never escalated to their manager that they have technicians in their satellite areas prior to them arriving. So I know Ms. Stedman had commented that everybody's been re-educated in attestations, but was there just a culture and belief that this was acceptable behavior?
I think what we found out after the fact, because we were a bit surprised by that as well, it's not following our policy as stated. I think one of the things we found out is that our pharmacist thought that because this was a satellite extension of the pharmacist that was on duty in the main pharmacy, that it would be okay if a technician was in there and a pharmacist wasn't in there, as in when they're going back and forth to the bathroom. We don't have any controlled substances in this location. This is purely non-controlled infusions that are stocked in this space and some other medications. And that's why we did the attestation and reminded them once again of their commitment as pharmacists to the regulations that they should be aware of, the technicians to their commitment to the regulations, and then our policy and procedure as well.
And it sounds like Ms. Perna now has some audit responsibilities that she's doing on a routine basis.
That is correct. She, as well as some of the other leaders for the other pharmacists, just to make sure there as well. And I think our keypad is going to be the key moving forward. Audits shouldn't be needed at that point because it just can't happen after that. But we're going to continue them after that point for some time.
Just curious, why not just put a deadbolt on your satellites and issue keys to your pharmacists?
That's a good question. We've thought of that. I think we have so much traffic in and out of our main hospital pharmacy in particular, and with carts and the transport, the logistics that we have in the hospital, it'd be a challenge. And I think the badges work very well when they're programmed appropriately. I think that's another lesson learned. Whenever we have a change or a new satellite, we need to not just trust that security did what we asked them to do, but we have to verify. But I do think that in 2026, electronic badge systems are fairly commonplace.
So,
and actually, like normally they have a key, right? Just like key, you still they can still enter with the badge during the business hours, but after business hours they can't lock by the key. I'm not gonna give you a solution for that, but just like the normal practice.
Mr. Betcher, just additional follow-up. So how many satellite pharmacies are on the campus?
So we only have the ambulatory infusion that's a formal pharmacy, our main OR pharmacy, which is staffed by a pharmacist only, and then our SOAR pharmacy, which is a pharmacist and a technician later in the day doing some bulk compounding in that space. And those were set appropriately. It was the AIC that came online more recently that was set inappropriately for the coding.
So the badge swipes, the analysis that was done was just done for the AIC.
It was a broader analysis for all of our systems, and the AIC was our problem.
So the 59 entries by technicians prior to could have been this one satellite in question that Ms. Medina was working in, but it could also have been other satellites?
No, it was just the AIC satellite pharmacy that these took place.
So has an analysis been done to confirm that the other satellites are secured?
Yes, they did not have the problem that we witnessed here. We had the right hours of operation on those, but we will also now have the pin pads, which is the added level of confidence that we're going to have with that.
Thank you.
I've got a question. Why did it take 59 times for it to be caught? In other words, that's a large amount of times.
So the data that was provided was 2026 year to date. So from January to end of May 2026. Miss Medina's access occurred in March. And so as Mr. Betcher said, part of that review was retrospective. So 59, off hours accesses, or not off hours, but pharmacy technician entering the space prior to a pharmacist is cumulative. Miss Medina's off hours access occurred prior to May. So
That still doesn't answer my question. Why did it take so long to catch it?
No, I think that's a good question. I think we were surprised by this as a leadership team that this was happening and not reported to us, and that our pharmacists were not enforcing the standards and our policy and procedures. And as soon as we found that out, we took action.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Galvin, I have a question. So we're under section 11, complaints requiring board review. What latitude does the board have to apply discipline, for example, to the technician in this case?
Any discipline that the board wishes to impose at this stage would be through a consent agreement.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to offer Bianca Medina a consent to 3 years probation for violating sterile surface sampling, entering a pharmacy without a pharmacist, and falsifying documentation. In addition, 6 hours of continuing education, and that could be on a variety of topics. And she would need to return to the board to request removal of her probation at the end of the term.
Would you please specify the areas of CE? You said it could be a number of areas. Staff would appreciate more specificity.
Let's do 3 legal, 3 ethics.
What about compounding? Like, does she understand why the surface sampling is important?
3 ethics, 3 compounding. We could remove the legal. I'm agreeable to that.
I second. I just want to make one thing clear. This is much stronger than what we did before, but this person did many other things than the previous person that just solely forged the records, besides just representing the records.
Appreciate
Want
that.
to make that clear.
Appreciate that, Frank. And I specified that in my motion, I believe.
I believe there's a difference, like entering the pharmacy itself without a pharmacist, aware of the rules, that by itself make it different case.
Thank you. We've got a first and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson,
Aye.
and Mr. Lenevsky.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. So now let's focus in on Mayo Clinic Pharmacy or Phoenix Oncology Pharmacy, which is the permitted oncology investigational drug services pharmacy that Mr. Hops oversees, that this Ms. Medina was officially working under, and he was the complainant submitting the original complaint to the board, which is why this permit, and he was included as a respondent. However, from my perspective, Mr. Hoppes has no leadership oversight on the main campus. Is that correct? Or is he just at this oncology pharmacy separate permit?
He is the supervisor of our infusion pharmacies. He is the pick of the cancer center pharmacy.
So this AIC pharmacy that as a satellite that rolls up under Ms. Perna, he still has leadership responsibilities and oversight responsibilities there too?
Yes, he has some workflow responsibilities for infusion staff over there as well. They're not direct reports to him though.
But who is the pick for this site? Who is the PIC?
Jessica as the hospital pharmacist, pick of the hospital pharmacy.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes.
So this data point that you capture about who enters the pharmacy was kept at a different location. Did the pharmacist have access to that data point? To know that somebody was entering without a pharmacist being present?
No, they did not. The only one that would have access to know would be the pharmacist that would come in after the technician in that space. The reports that we get would not have caught this, and the reports that we've requested and have been getting and will get moving forward do capture this information.
Did you have access to that report?
No, did not have access to the report. Would have to request the type of report that we're getting now.
So the only way the pharmacist would know is if they physically saw somebody there before.
Correct.
And they did. There's a pharmacist, at some point they saw a technician came before they entered, but my concern is
they did nothing
has not
about
been
it.
reported to their director or even staff. Maybe they did not report it to their manager. There is a miscommunication or to the point, there's a culture.
For the purposes of discussion, I feel like all of them had some level of responsibility here. I'm glad to see that Mayo has made significant improvements in their IT infrastructure to prevent this from happening. But I do think some level of documentation on Mayo and the pharmacists all need to occur. My thought is a letter of concern for the permit and the 3 pharmacists that are listed.
That's what I was thinking.
That's
Likewise.
what I'm thinking. And this is my motion, unless somebody has.
Second.
So all this knowledge, 59 entries and no discipline.
Unless our compliance officer has the record of who is the pharmacist and knew about the pharmacist, the technician enter the pharmacy before their presence, so we can address that pharmacist because not reporting or not taking action. But now, I cannot tell, regarding the pharmacy director, this is my opinion. If nobody reported to him and he's in the office busy with a lot of things to handle, like a lot of issues, but he's not aware. Me personally, I cannot really, I will bring it to his attention as a letter of concern, right? And same thing with the permit holder. Unless our compliance officer tell me exactly who is the pharmacist that knew about this and failed to report.
Looks like Mr. Carlaputi has some comments.
Mr. President, I have page number 2287 has the list of technicians and pharmacists as well. And I have another clarification to make. Technician BM completed 20.5 hours post termination. The CE, it included 1 ethics CE, but she did not complete 3, but she completed 1. but she completed total 20.5 hours after the termination.
So this is a list of pharmacists, but did we tie like the entry with the pharmacist,
Yes,
which that's the same page, right?
2287. Let me pull it up.
2257.
87.
Okay, yeah.
So if you see it, there is a picture and also a table on the top and then list of pharmacists on the bottom. Page 2287.
Mr. Betcher, has any sort of corrective action been applied to these pharmacists for their roles in allowing this to continue?
We have not applied any corrective action. At this point, we've decided to do more education as far as the initial email that went out much earlier this year, and then an attestation that we're just finalizing now. I think we're over 200 of our 227 employees that have recognized that attestation.
So
None of these individuals are
not
listed on the
listed, and that is my point. And just I will ask the PICs, any of pharmacy managers online. Were you aware of this issue? Has any of your staff reported to you? Anyone can answer is fine.
No, they have not.
None with me either.
So, Mr. Hobbs, okay, can you speak for this? Were you aware of this issue before the complaint?
I was not, no.
So as the token hospital pharmacist on this board, this is kind of the bread and butter of hospital pharmacy practice, is looking at surveillance systems and security. So, you know, even though a staff member doesn't bring it up, you have these and you have reports that you're looking at on a routine basis. And you are looking at surveillance, badge swipes, who's accessing the pharmacy, making sure that users are removed from Pyxis when they're terminated. These are certain just core responsibilities to ensure the integrity of the supply chain of drugs. So I do feel that there was a leadership deficit here, and it wasn't just an isolated rogue technician. I feel like there is a culture of that has allowed this to perpetuate. And that's why we're here today, and it was finally caught. And I'm pleased to hear that the corrective actions are being made. But it doesn't absolve the fact that it happened. And yeah, those are my thoughts. So I don't think a letter of concern is sufficient in this matter. I think a disciplinary CE would be a more appropriate approach for Mr. Betcher, Mr. Hobbs, and Ms. Perno.
We can do a roll call, but I mean, I might understand it for the PICs, but I don't think for permit holder or the pharmacy director.
Do we have a motion
that
on the
would be
floor?
We do.
So we have a motion for a letter of concern. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
No.
How many nays do we have?
I can do a roll call, Mr. Chair, if you'd like.
Please do.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Nay.
Ms. Wamsley,
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Nay.
Mr. Al Nassif, Mr. Anderson,
Nay.
Mr. Nanevsky.
Aye. Aye.
So there were 3 nays, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you, Mayo, for being here. Moving on to 11C and 21A, we'll take them as a bundle. And I believe board staff is Ms. Chang. This is complaint number 25-0034. Respondent is Jennifer Stupi. And we have Ms. Basha. And is Ms. Stupi on the line?
Yes, she is.
All right, Ms. Stupi, could you please unmute yourself and introduce yourself for the record?
Hello, Jennifer Stupi.
Thank you and welcome. Ms. Chang, could you provide a brief summary for us? Certainly.
Good morning, Nancy Chang, compliant officer from the Arizona Board of Pharmacy. I would like to give a brief summary of this case. This case came to the Arizona Board of Pharmacy via the malpractice payment settlement report, where the respondent, pharmacist Jennifer Stupi, breached the standard of care when she wrote an order for a full enoxaparin treatment dose of 120 milligrams sub-Q twice daily, as opposed to a DVT prophylaxis dose, which is around 30 milligrams sub-Q twice daily. This was on March 31, 2021 at the Northern VA Health System in Prescott. The veteran's INR was already super therapeutic when enoxaparin, or go by the brand name of Lovenox, was ordered. The veteran received 3 subsequent doses before an intracranial bleed was diagnosed. Pharmacist Stupi did not document her clinical decision-making process or reason for ordering a full treatment enoxaparin dose. The patient subsequently expired due to complications. At the April 15 and 16, 2026 board meeting, the board requested that additional information be obtained from the VA healthcare system, VHA, relating to the acute care clinical pharmacist scope of practice and standard guidelines for the management of anticoagulation. A FOIA request was submitted on July 1st, 2026. However, the VHA FOIA office only provided warfarin management algorithm and an anticoagulation therapy management program document. The FOIA office withheld 2 documents about its standard of practice and scope of practice due to VHA's disclosure protection of FOIA exemption. Although we didn't receive the standard of practice and scope of practice documents, the anticoagulation therapy management document provided by the VHA, it outlines the VHA's centralized approach in providing anticoagulation services and the standard for staffing at all VHA facilities, both for the inpatient and outpatient settings. This policy addresses all anticoagulant, including enoxaparin, a low molecular weight heparin. It defines facility anticoagulant providers to include clinical pharmacists with medical prescriptive authority who will be responsible for managing the veterans' anticoagulation in the inpatient and outpatient settings, which clarifies that pharmacist Stupi's scope of practice does allow her to have the prescriptive authority to order to adjust dose as appropriate and follow up on labs as needed. Although the warfarin management algorithm provided is primarily about warfarin and not enoxaparin involved in this case, however, the VHA treatment guidelines for warfarin follows the general clinical practice for management of all anticoagulants, including enoxaparin, in terms of disease management, laboratory monitoring criteria, and bleeding prevention. For example, the warfarin algorithm includes an INR goal of 2 to 3 for atrial fibrillation, which is the same INR goal for the veteran in this case. The algorithm also stated that if the INR is greater than 3.21 to 3.69, the warfarin dose should be lower by 5 to 10%. This guideline to reduce or hold the anticoagulant dose based on the INR level applies to all anticoagulants, including enoxaparin. In this case, the veteran's INR was already supratherapeutic at 3.4 on admission, above the INR goal of 2 to 3, and there was no documented discussion of holding or reducing the dose, but instead, an order for Lovenox 150 milligram was given before obtaining another INR level. This is a complex case, but the 4 key areas for considerations are: 1, the physician's progress note written on March 31 at 1343 stated enoxaparin was for DVT prophylaxis, but the order was written for a treatment dose. 2, enoxaparin order was started at on March 31 when there was a chart note by another physician stating that the warfarin was on hold on admission the night before because the INR was too high at 3.5. Third, enoxaparin was started before the stat INR level was strong and results were back when the patient was already admitted with a high INR level. And lastly, the enoxaparin order was not discontinued immediately when the INR level came back at 4.4 on the same day after the first dose that was given on March 31st. Lastly, pharmacist JS stated during her telephone conference with us that before she left work, she passed on the information to the inpatient pharmacist, the nurse, the charge nurse to ensure that enoxaparin order will be discontinued that evening. She also believed that she worked the next day, April 1st. If she had booked the following day at 7 a.m., a follow-up check could have prevented the third dose from being administered at around 8 a.m. that day. This case is presented to the board for consideration and possible action. I would also like to add that pharmacist Stupi also applied for renewal on her license last year, and that expiration day of her license was extended to August 20th to allow time for the board to consider this case.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. Ms. Basha, would you like to make a statement before we move into questions?
I would, thank you. Dear members of the board, thank you for giving me the opportunity and Dr. Stupi the opportunity to address you here today. We appreciate the services you provide. My name is Kristen Bash. I represent Dr. Stupi in this matter. First, I want to emphasize that my client takes this matter very seriously and has made every effort to be open and honest about her recollections of those events in 2021. I want to reiterate that at the time that this happened, there was no discipline, there was no discussion at the VA, okay? And she continued to practice for another 5 months until she went on her maternity leave. And since then, she hasn't worked because she's been raising her young children, but she does want to go back to work. She's a single mom of 3 kids, and it is her goal to continue practicing. And having said that, I want to make sure the board understands that she had practiced for 8 years before this incident occurred, and she had never had any board complaints. And in fact, her work at the VA was so well done that she eventually had her loans paid off. Okay, so I think history is important. I want to reemphasize that we've had a lot of discussion, but just it's been a little while, so I would like to review the facts with you briefly. On when this came to Dr. Stupi, she was given an order by a physician, okay? And her scope of practice, there was 2 circumstances where she could be in charge of prescriptive authority. That's a topic of discussion here. it required a formal consult from the physician. So if the doctor formally consulted her to take over management of a patient, then she had prescriptive authority. That was not the case in this situation. The doctor called her, she couldn't place the order for whatever reason, and she asked Dr. Stupi to put the order in for her. That's not a formal consult. That did not give Dr. Stupi the ability to manage the prescription, to have prescriptive authority in, you know, discontinuing it later, okay? Even with that order, she made every effort to be vigilant and to be diligent. She called the outpatient anticoagulation clinical pharmacist that had been managing this patient's anticoagulation medication, and, you know, and explained what the order was that she'd been asked to place, and got a history and discussed, you know, any type of interactions or anything, any counter indications. And you have those Teams messages, okay? There was conversations between her and the outpatient clinical pharmacist, and they discussed it, and they both wanted labs first, okay? I think that was clear, but the doctor asked her to place the order stat. And so in a conversation involving them as a team, which is something that was not uncommon at the VA at this time, they made the decision that the one dose was appropriate given what they didn't know about the patient. I think it needs to be clear, he came into the ER and he was sent home. Okay, they did get an INR while he was in the ER, but he was sent home for a period of time and then he came back. And so there was a break in the continuity of care. And so when they came in, while they had a baseline, they didn't know what had happened, what he had taken. And as Dr. Stupi explained, based on her conversations with the outpatient clinical pharmacist, this patient wasn't exactly known for being compliant with his medications. And given that he had had a lower extremity injury along with his atrial fibrillation, this was a very complex patient. And every effort was made to be diligent about what would be best for this patient. Ultimately, like I said, Dr. Stupi didn't have the prescriptive authority. She was told to put in the order. There was an agreement made that when they got the INR back, if it was elevated, that it would be discontinued. Okay, they got the results back. It was elevated. There was a discussion immediately to discontinue. She was not given the authority to discontinue it. And she was told that the physician would be discontinuing it. That is also in the Teams messages that you have received before you. And I'd like to point out, Dr. Stupi has made every effort to be as transparent with all of you as possible, to give you all the facts. She was the one that suggested getting the Teams messages. She was the one that tried to get the MAR, which again, we were told we would not be given, which would have been very helpful in this situation. She was the one that notified the board that she didn't think all the records that were relevant had been received. Every effort's been made by the board and ourselves to get relevant records for you to evaluate the situation. So she leaves, she makes every effort, as Ms. Chang stated, to tell everybody this is the plan, and then she's off shift, okay? So when she's off shift, she's told that it's gonna be discontinued. And she doesn't recall if she worked the next day. So that's not a fact before this board. She doesn't recall. And as it stands, there were subsequent doses given when she was not on shift, which she had no control over. And if you look at the medical records that were provided, pages 18 and 19, there are comments by the physician that said that she was directing them to hold the enoxaparin, okay? So the elevated INR was known to the physician, and there is documentation where the physician was saying to hold it. And I don't think there's any information before the board regarding the VA policies or the scope of practice that would say anything differently than what Dr. Stupi has put before you, and also in line with what you've received as, you know, secondary evidence, such as the Teams messages and the medical records. We also wanted to get outside counsel. We've hired an expert, Sylvia Stone. Dr. Stone is a pharmacist and a board certified pharmacotherapy specialist since 1999. She has worked for Cedars-Sinai Medical Center for 25+ years. Her roles and responsibilities include inpatient anticoagulation, including writing protocols for P&T committee approval, which allowed unit pharmacists to manage heparin, low molecular weight heparin, warfarin. She also previously served as an assistant adjunct professor at the University of California, San Francisco School of Pharmacy and as an assistant professor at the University of Southern California School of Pharmacy. And she reviewed this case and she opined that the initial enoxaparin dose of 1 milligram kg/SQ on 3/31/21 at 9:44 was clinically appropriate given his weight and his BMI. Dr. Stone opines that based on her clinical experience, education, and training, and the review of the documentation, Dr. Stupi's actions were prudent, reasonable, and complied with the standard of care. Additional information was collected by the board, which Dr. Chang mentioned to you, and with regard to the new information, I don't know if we're any farther away from where we were at the last board hearing. I mean, it started with the information that was received was related to warfarin, not enoxaparin, and it's a very high level therapy, I guess, guideline where all the individual VAs are supposed to take and create their own policies and protocols. So what we still don't have before us is what the policies and protocols at the VA of Prescott in the time period and the relevant time period were. I do have a supplemental report by Dr. Stone regarding her evaluation of the records that you received. I'm happy to give them to you or go through them, but at a high level review, it was mainly that the documents, number one, the date is that they originally were written is applicable, but they were amended in April, so there were amendments in it. Number two, it's unclear at times if they're talking about inpatient or outpatient, what the standards are applying to. So she goes through and she, based on the language they're using, which she's better to know than I, is identifying what she thinks is more applying to outpatient therapy of warfarin than the setting that we're discussing that Dr. Stupi was in the relevant time period. Based on her review of the additional documentation that was provided, her summary is that while the ATM documents is a VHA policy that outlines what individual facilities are required to have available in the outpatient and acute inpatient care settings, and again, the only relevant one would be the acute inpatient care setting to this case, it is a high-level organizational document without specifics, which are left to the discretion of each individual facility. It does not specify an algorithm for any anticoagulant except warfarin. It does not specify a dosing algorithm for enoxaparin in either the acute care inpatient setting or the outpatient setting. It does not provide any aspects of an algorithm except baseline and ongoing laboratory tests. And it is her position that there was a baseline that was taken on 3/29. It does not define medicated prescriptive authority, does not provide clarity on ordering prescriber versus anticoagulation provider, does not provide clarity regarding inpatient versus outpatient dosing of anticoagulants. In summary, the documents that were provided by the VHA are an outline of required criteria for individual facility-specific anticoagulant algorithms. They do not provide the VA Prescott algorithms for enoxaparin that was to be used on March 30th, 2021. And then she just emphasizes, again, what we've been trying to explain, that Dr. Stupi didn't have prescriptive authority at this time. She was not formally consulted by the physician. The physician retained that prescriptive authority. Therefore, she didn't have the ability to discontinue the medication. Let's see here.
Anything else, Ms. Basha?
Well, and with having said all of this, we just want you to know, the board to know how seriously she takes this matter, and that she has always made it she takes pride in being a pharmacist, and she holds herself to the highest standards. So in explaining what she has to say, she wants to make sure that she also, wants the board to know that as well. And she may want to say something if there's time.
Thank you, Ms. Basha. Board members, will open the floor for discussion.
May I
Please do, Ms. Chang.
May I just make a few comments regarding what legal counsel just presented? I just want to clarify that the whole order was on a discussion on the team message between the pharmacist and the physician, Dr. Patel, to hold for to hold on giving the apixaban, which is an oral anticoagulant, and not regarding the enoxaparin order that was discussed in this case. As for the discontinue of the order, there is nothing in the chart that I were able to find that address the discontinue of the heparin order. It's only in the communication between the inpatient pharmacist JS and the outpatient anticoagulant pharmacist when that conversation that discuss about patient being discharged tomorrow, and pharmacist JS just basically say, yeah, she's discontinued the medication. So it's unclear as to where that discontinue order came about, besides just the conversation between two pharmacists. But I think the key thing here is the order that Dr. Patel provided in her chart. She was giving the order, but in her chart, she noted that the order was for DVT prophylaxis, but for somehow the order that was written by pharmacist JS was for treatment dose. I just want to clarify those points.
Understood, Ms. Chang. Ms. Stupi, what are the elements of a complete physician's order? Your counsel has stated that you received a verbal order from Dr. Patel to enter on her behalf, and that you weren't formally consulted to manage this patient's anticoagulation, and that you were simply transcribing an order that was provided. So what are the elements of a physician's order?
To receive an order to manage a medication, whether it's anticoagulation, antibiotics, I'm sorry?
Ms. Basha stated that you were given a verbal order by Dr. Patel to enter on her behalf. So an order for a medication is more than just the name of enoxaparin or Lovenox. So it requires a dose, a route, a frequency, a duration of therapy. So if you were given an order for enoxaparin, why didn't you say, doctor, what dose would you like me to give?
I did do that via telephone, and those records were not provided. So I did ask, and then as my legal counsel stated, I reached out to Dr. Goldenstein, which was the patient's anticoagulation clinical pharmacy specialist, who was aware of his history, his prior admission to a different hospital, what was going on with him just in general, to get more information so that I could make sure that the dose that Dr. Patel wanted was in fact the correct dose. And through our team's messages, you'll see that Dr. Goldenstein said that therapeutic would be the appropriate dose. And I confirmed, yes, that is what Dr. Patel wants.
So you didn't answer the question. So the physician has asked you to enter Lovenox on her behalf. For some reason, she can't enter it herself, which is puzzling because we haven't received any evidence that there was any sort of EMR downtime or what have you. And you take an incomplete order and try to figure out what dose and frequency should I enter for this patient by talking to the outpatient pharmacist.
And then also talking to Dr. Patel, where she said, okay, yes, that is the dose that I want, which then I confirmed with Dr. Goldenstein. And the reason she couldn't place the order was she was in a different patient's order. And with CPRS at the VA, you cannot be in two different patients' charts. But she was working with a different patient at that time, but she really wanted to start Lovenox at the therapeutic dose. And she asked me to please place that order because that's common for CPSs to do for the physicians they work with at the VA.
So why does her chart not say DVT prophylaxis?
It is, she charted it incorrectly.
But you didn't document anywhere the indication either.
I do recognize that.
So, and we've got an INR, the last reported INR, which was a day prior to you entering this order on this physician's behalf, which doesn't appear countersigned by the physician. So it appears that the order originated from you, Dr. Stupi, and not from Dr. Patel. It wasn't countersigned by Dr. Patel. Her chart note indicates DVT prophylaxis, which we all know is, either 40 milligrams sub-Q daily or 30 sub-Q BID. So you giving 1 milligram per kilogram sub-Q BID, did hasten this veteran's death. And I find that the evidence that Ms. Chang has collected is sufficient that you are partly responsible for this very, very unfortunate incident with this veteran. And I just, your explanations from the prior meeting and the current meeting, there's no clinical indication for 1 milligram sub-Q BID on a patient who's already super therapeutic. There's no bridging required if they're super therapeutic. And I don't buy your story. And I think that Ms. Stupi needs discipline on this case. I think she violated the standard of care at the VA. And those are my thoughts.
So I agree with you, Jeff, and using the workflow decision tree, I believe this is at-risk conduct, complex case. Many cases are complex. There's non-documentation of orders or conflict of orders. And I would like to move, well, one other comment. I believe there's a large degree of professional judgment here as well, aside from who has prescriptive authority. And I would like to move a consent agreement for 2 years of probation, 6 hours of clinical anticoagulation therapy, unless that's already been done by the pharmacist since the time of the incident. Also to approve, a $500 civil penalty and approve a renewal of her application, her renewal application.
I would second that.
I just have a question for this motion. So the probation, like, what can I serve her or the community? Like, she's still practicing as a pharmacist. I mean, I don't see, from my perspective, we don't want to just put discipline and go harsher just to prove because of the outcome. It is unfortunate outcome, right? But the discipline should benefit the community and the pharmacist. And I believe just having CE it can be disciplined. I'm not arguing this, but the probation part, I don't see any benefits for that.
I agree. I don't see what we would gain from a probation. We're not applying any other terms or conditions to it. I think we could accomplish the same goal through a consent agreement with the CE and the fine without the probation.
She's not working currently either.
Well, actually, that's part of why I proposed probation, because she's had a 2-year absence, approximately. I don't know the exact time frame, but a significant absence from the practice of pharmacy. And I think given the gravity of the case, some oversight by this board is appropriate.
So I do have a first and a second on the floor. Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Ms. Browning? Ms. Davis? Ms. Walmsley? Ms. Spark?
Nay.
Mr. Hogan?
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nasif?
Nay.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Lenevsky?
Aye.
5-4, ayes have it.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you, Ms. Basha. Thank you, Dr. Stupi, for being here.
Thank you.
We will move on to tab 14. This is tab 14A.
Her renewal.
This is a non-resident pharmacy permit application for Leeds Pharmacy LLC from Murphy, Texas. Compliance officer is Mr. Hyber. Do we have any representatives from Leeds Pharmacy in the boardroom or on the line?
Hello, yes, we are on the line.
All right, could you please activate your camera and introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Michael Frankel, Shant Canlian.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat your name?
Shant Canlian.
All right, Mr. Hyber, could you share a summary for us, please?
I'd be happy to. Steve Hyber, Compliance Officer. Good morning, Board. Leeds Pharmacy is a pharmacy located in Murphy, Texas. They initially applied for a non-resident permit back in May of this year. The complete application received approximately 1 month later. And then during substantive review, we discovered some undisclosed discipline. It was tied back to a pharmacy that the applicant owner had formerly been associated with, that they owned back in 2023. They were assessed a fine for about $7,500, and on 2 of the pages of the summary, you can see a little breakdown of the violations that were assessed that were the underlying basis of the fine. And they also had some disclosed discipline that they did disclose. That was on the applicant location. It approximately operated about 2 months back in 2020 without a PIC.
Thank you, Mr. Hyber. Board members will open the floor for discussion, questions of Leeds Pharmacy.
Mr. Hyber, there's one instance of failure to disclose.
Yes.
What was the explanation for them not disclosing?
You would have to ask them, sir.
Is Mr. Frankel present?
Oh, well, Michael Frankel, yes. Jan is my father, who's the owner of the pharmacy. I'm representing him.
Did you complete the application?
No. I just want to clarify, I did not complete it, but the discipline was on not on Leeds Pharmacy. The undisclosed, if you will, discipline was on a completely different pharmacy. Not having seen the application, I don't know if there's a request for other discipline, but I didn't complete it either way. And I can explain the circumstances of the consent letter from the pharmacy in Louisiana, if you'd like.
But your father owned Cecilia Medicine Shop.
Yeah.
Also. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Hyber, does our application ask those sorts of questions?
It does.
I'm not really sure. Maybe we direct that to legal counsel in that regard, because I think that might be one of the bases that they will, talk about, is that the application is not broad enough. I can just say this: when we do the substantive review, we pull all the information that we have and we present it to the board for their review. And if an owner owned a previous business that had like diversion or something like that, I know we've used that as a basis of discussion.
Yeah, but there's no diversion here. It was an entirely administrative issue. And so I'm happy to explain it if you guys would like.
And again, I believe there was a question where we have to disclose the ownerships, which was disclosed, Cecilia, the one in Louisiana. But I don't recall seeing a question, related to discipline details, as far as I recall.
Mr. Anderson, if I may, if you're not listed on the complaint and you're not an attorney barred in Arizona, you cannot speak on behalf of your father for this case.
Well, my father is 73 years old and he's out of the country at the moment, so I help him manage the business. And so, I mean, I even attended the hearing that if you look at the first page of the hearing, our owner's representative, Michael Frankel, attended the hearing in Louisiana, so I'm, qualified to discuss this particular issue.
If he listed as employee for that company.
I would kind of like to hear from his father about why he answered the questions on the application the way that he did.
Do we want to table this until Jan Frankel is available?
Are you listed as an employee there? Does it make any difference?
I am the operations manager.
Sean says yeah.
I move we table it until he's available.
Could we just pause, like take a quick break?
Yep. Let's pause for, do we want legal advice?
Do you need like 10 minutes, Allison? Or 5?
All right.
Okay.
We're going to take a wee break for 5 minutes.
I second.
A wee break.
Who filled that? Yeah, right. Units.
All right, we are back on 14A. Thank you for the break. And we have Ms. Bowles here to help us with the application and the language on the application.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the question on the permit application asks, has any formal disciplinary action been taken against any of the permits held by this business at this location at either a state or federal level? So I don't believe that they misrepresented themselves when they answered that question, no. Or excuse me, yes. They said yes to that question, but the question doesn't ask about other facilities, just that facility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles.
So there wasn't a failure to disclose.
There was not a failure to disclose based upon our current form. But the information, I think, is still valid for consideration in the permit review. It's just they did not fail to disclose. Make that clear based upon the form review.
Make
Give-
them, go ahead.
Oh, given that, I withdraw my motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion. Oh, we've got one opposed. Motion carries. Moving on to tab
Thank you.
14,
Thank you.
excuse me, 18A. This is a non-resident manufacturer change of ownership application for Pharmakio Outsourcing LLC. And our compliance officer is Ben Castaneda. And who do we have from Pharmakio?
Yes, good morning, honorable panel members. My name is Ty Doyle with Baker Hostetler. Also, we have Mr. Jim Connor, our Chief Quality Officer online.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Mr. Connor, could you please unmute yourself and introduce yourself for the record?
Hello, my name is Jim Connor, Chief Quality Officer for Pharmakio.
Welcome. Mr. Castaneda, would you like to share a summary, please?
Certainly. Ben Castaneda, Compliance Officer, Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. So Pharmakio is an outsourcing facility, and it currently has an open permit with our state. On or about May 13th, 2026, it underwent an ownership change, and the application was received in a timely manner. On the application, Pharmakio disclosed discipline from 3 different state boards. One's from Ohio, one was Massachusetts, and one was California. Ohio issued a letter of reprimand and fined Pharmakio $3,250 for shipping to a non-licensed entity, shipping prescription-only product to a non-licensed entity. Massachusetts issued a letter of reprimand for failing to notify its board in a timely manner of the Ohio discipline. And in 2022, the California Board of Pharmacy initially denied the company a non-resident permit based off of allegations of shipping prescription-only products into its state without having a permit. This came up again in 2024, and that decision was upheld. They applied again in 2025, and it was denied once again. On the application, Pharmakio did disclose a 2025 FDA inspection that resulted in a 483 form with 7 observations. However, they did not disclose an FDA inspection from 2022. When asked about failing to disclose that 2022 inspection, they said it was administrative oversight. On the CHA application, the 2025 inspection was disclosed, as I mentioned, and shortly after, the company issued a voluntary recall for various lots. There was questions of batch records not containing the proper documentation about whether products were passed through a metal detector. Of those lots that were recalled, roughly 40,113 units were shipped into Arizona. And the 2022 and 2025 inspections are in the packet for your consideration, along with the responses.
Thank you, Mr. Castaneda. Mr. Doyle, would you like to make a statement before we move into questions?
Yes, I would like to just piggyback on what Mr. Castaneda said a moment ago. The Ohio matter was settled without any admissions of wrongdoing. It was a $3,200 fine and a letter of reprimand. The Massachusetts matter was reciprocal related to reporting. We disputed that we failed to make notification in a timely manner. That matter sat for nearly 2 years, but we settled it a couple of months ago, as he indicated, with a reprimand, which resolved the matter, again, without any admissions of wrongdoing.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Board members, we'll open the floor for questions, discussion.
I just like to ask about California denial for the application. Could you just speak a little bit about it?
Yes, the California matter came because of a letter of admonishment in 2024 that was upheld, and a resulting inspection that they denied then in 2025. Mr. Connor, I believe, can provide more detail there.
Mr. Connor, could you talk about California's case?
Yeah, well, I was not with the company in 2025, but my understanding of the issue was that there was an oversight as far as understanding the 503A and the 503 business about what they were shipping into California at the time. And that's what the issue with California originated from. And then a business decision was made by Pharmacia upper management not to pursue further pursue the licensure in the state of California at that time.
Thank you.
I have a question. I understand the settlements, and I understand no admission of guilt or whatever. I understand all of that stuff. And that's standard language a lot of times. But my question is, did you ship this? Was the stuff shipped, the prescription shipped to a non-pharmacist, non-pharmacy or non-licensed facility? Do you know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer to that, sir. I do know that we disputed those allegations, and as a result, the settlement did not contain any admissions of wrongdoing. As you correctly note, I mean, that is standard legalese in certain types of settlements, but those were disputed allegations.
Okay. Who would know the answer?
As I sit here today, I don't know, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So now the FDA inspection on 2022. So do you have any problem or issue with the FDA now, or like something pending? Do you know?
Yes, and again, I think Mr. Connor can speak to outsourcing, with respect to the FDA.
Yeah. Can you talk about the FDA inspection and where you stand now?
Our most recent FDA inspection was 2025. As was mentioned in the preview to this, there were 7 observations. Our last communication with the FDA, as we've been sending responses of corrective actions and remediation with them, was that they will resolve efficacy and completeness of our remediation upon our next inspection, which will probably be before the end of this year. They were here in September of 2025. At this point, we're not under. We had a warning letter, I believe that was in 2022, that is still not officially closed by the FDA. The previous 483s are not closed by the FDA. We have asked them, we requested update as to what's preventing them from being closed, or if they have been closed and they just haven't sent the letter. We haven't received a response on that yet. My understanding, just from working in GMP industry for 25 years, is that the next inspection, the follow-up to 2025, will probably give us closure on those particular open FDA documents.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Thank you.
Board members, if I may please interject a few things. Regarding Mr. Lenevsky's question about if things were shipped or not, the letter of admonishment from California is on page 2977 of your board book, and it does discuss the findings from the state of California. And then
I thought the question was with respect to Ohio.
Oh, okay. So the findings from the state of Ohio start on page 2973. And then regarding anything outstanding with the FDA, the company did briefly go over that with you. I just want to add that they did hire a consultant to work with.
That's right. And Mr. Connor as well has recently come
I can speak to that if you want to. If you want more, we did have a consultant helping with remediation. Actually, before I came aboard the company, I've been with the company about 6 months. I came from a pharmaceutical background, 25 years of GMP experience. We have worked with a consultant to help remediate. They also one of the issues that you brought up was the metal detector. They helped us remediate that issue and also did an exhaustive efficacy check and product impact assessment on what was released to the field and found that there was no need for further recall after what we initially recalled. We have also in the interim hired a PhD chemist for our chemistry lab to help us with some of the testing issues that have come up in development of better methodologies. We've hired 2 quality specialists with over 5 years GMP experience each to further strengthen our quality unit. I was brought in, and we've also recently started a new production manager who has 25 years of pharmaceutical manufacturing experience to run the production side of the operation. So the company did understand with the last couple of FDA inspections that they needed to bolster up their interpretation of GMP quality so that we could do mature the systems from where they previously were.
Mr. Connor, the 40,000 units that were shipped into Arizona, what were those? And that were recalled, and what were they, first question, and how many were recovered or returned to you guys?
I do not have the exact data in front of me as to the numbers that were recovered and returned. I can tell you that the recall was, we basically make two different different potencies, but basically just 2 types of products: implantable testosterone pellets or implantable estradiol pellets, and those were implantable testosterone pellets. We did submit our package for closure of the recall to the FDA. I haven't received a response from it, as either all units have been recovered or have expired.
So we don't know how many Arizonans got potentially recalled testosterone.
I don't have that information in front of me, but I can get you that information if you do require that information.
Do you have any information from providers about any effects of the recalled medications? Any surveillance?
Yeah, we did not receive in the time period for the product that was recalled in the expiry time period complaints related to infections or anything that might directly be attributable or signable to what was the potential activator of the recall.
Thank you.
I have a question.
And sure, sorry.
Going to happen? How do we know this isn't going to happen again? That recalled products or products that are not allowed into a state will not happen again.
Well, I think the objective evidence, as Mr. Connor indicated a moment ago, has shown that in the last approximate year or so, the company has undertaken extraordinary efforts to increase its quality monitoring, including the hiring of Mr. Connor himself, among many others. This is not a company that's sitting here saying, no harm, no foul. Obviously, Pharmakeo took the recent events quite seriously and has made multiple hires with quality chief in mind.
So
I'm
sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. This change in ownership, right? Application, and the manufacturer has been shipping to Arizona and authorized, right, to ship to Arizona. It's changing ownership, correct?
So the manufacturer does currently have an open permit with us.
They do,
There
right?
was a
And
change
it
of
just changed in
ownership.
ownership. So I
would-
believe, so the discussion here, do we allow this ownership or not?
So the only thing I would add to that is that the previous officers seem to be the same under the current ownership.
So I
Okay.
think, Mr. Nassif, I think that the point of emphasis here is like, is there, I guess this is maybe a question for Ms. Galvin, is there a duty from the permit holder to disclose these disciplines prior to a change of ownership or prior to an application for a renewal? So is that why we're hearing about this now? Because this is because of the change of ownership application. I think that's why we're hearing about these quality related things, Mr. Nassif.
Yeah.
Is that?
That is my understanding. And is that correct, Ben? Based upon your review of the change of ownership application? Some
Yes.
things were disclosed, other things were disclosed.
Correct. So the previous discipline from Ohio was disclosed to our board. The discipline from California was not. The 2025 inspection was disclosed and the 2022 was not.
Okay. So that's my point. Like, it's been like working, shipping to state of Arizona. It just changing the ownership. Now, the only question I would have, I mean, you said that the owner still listed as under the new ownership? Or
So the prior ownership
Yeah.
consisted of individuals.
Yeah.
And it looks like after the change of ownership, they formed a partnership, but the officers are are pretty much.
Yeah,
the
but there's nothing prohibit that. This is right. I don't
So,
think
yeah.
so. Yeah. I mean,
The organization, right?
It's just restructuring
was
or-
done to
yeah.
make, yes, a vertical,
Yeah.
Integration to change
Yeah.
the sort of the disparate, equity
Yeah.
that existed prior to.
yeah. I mean, me personally, I move to approve. It is changing ownership. I have no concern about that. And if any concern with the FDA would be brought to us in the future, I'm sure.
I would second.
Should
I have
there,
a question for discussion. Are there non-disclosure issues on the change of ownership?
that was my question.
Oh, I missed this. So there is one discipline.
There's
so-
two. There's California and the
No,
2022.
let me back up. The California discipline was disclosed on the application. The only non-disclosure was the 2022 FDA inspection.
Okay. So
Thank
Which
you.
isn't discipline. Right?
So a 43 letter are deficiencies and observations noted by the FDA upon their inspection.
A 483 is not an FDA action, however, though.
okay. So I maintain my motion.
All right, good discussion. We had a first and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Connor. Thank you, Mr. Doyle, for being here.
Thank you.
Moving on to tab 21B. This is a non-resident pharmacy permit renewal application for Brooksville Pharmaceuticals from Brooksville, Florida. Do we have Brooksville Pharmaceuticals, a representative?
here.
And could you turn on your camera and introduce yourself for the board?
Sure. Can you see me, guys? I have it on. But my name is Terry Myers. I'm a pharmacist and owner of Brooksville Pharmaceuticals.
You said Mr. Myers?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Carlo Puti, could you please share a summary for us?
Morning, board members. This is Ram Kalapudi, compliance officer with Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. So we have a renewal application for Brooksville Pharmaceuticals. Brooksville Pharmaceuticals is a non-resident pharmacy based in Brooksville, Florida. In their renewal application, the pharmacy disclosed Ohio Board of Pharmacy action, included initial suspension of pharmacy's license, receiving a reprimand, entered into a settlement agreement, and paid a monetary penalty of $250,000 for dispensing compounded prescriptions with ineligible active ingredients. Oregon Board of Pharmacy imposed penalty that stemmed from Ohio Board of Pharmacy, and for dispensing compounded retatrutide prescriptions in Oregon. The pharmacy dispensed 33,789 compounded prescriptions in Arizona between January 2022 to December 2025, with the 28 ineligible active ingredients for compounding. The pharmacy continued dispensing compounded products containing ineligible active ingredients to patients in Arizona, even after its Ohio license was suspended for the same reason. The Brooksville Pharmaceuticals recently went through Florida Department of Health sterile compounding inspections. I have a recap on those if you are interested.
Can you summarize the recap briefly?
Okay. On 3/22/2024, they had first a sterile compounding inspection, and they had 15-item observations. And then again in on November 13, 2025, Florida Department of Health conducted another sterile compounding inspection. They had 25 different observations that I noted from the inspection forms. So the inspections look pretty good. So these were done by two different inspectors, so they picked up two set of different needs improvement kind of things.
And their license is opened in Florida?
Yes. The issue with us is shipping that many prescriptions with ineligible active ingredients for compounding.
Thank you, Mr. Carlapudi. Mr. Myers, how are you compounding these things in Florida? Does Florida allow you to compound these?
Yes, well, our laws aren't as favorable as yours, but they're trying to spearhead some of that stuff here. Yeah, no, I mean, retatrutide, I mean, you could buy, I haven't bought it in, over a year, since we stopped in June, like roughly when the Ohio stuff started going down, we ceased doing the retatrutide. But I can still get it from an FDA registered facility if I so choose. Which we don't. So, but yeah, I mean, they're available. So, I mean, as long as they're chemically synthesized peptides, Florida's okay with it.
Is that our understanding, Dr. Gandhi?
My initial conversation with the Florida Board Executive Director was that that practice is not allowed. But follow-up conversation, we've been trying to reach them and have not heard back.
All right, board members, we'll open the floor for discussion, questions.
Mr. Chair, just for a point of clarification, on retatrutide, I know this is a hot topic across the country. It is for research use only. So a lot of these folks that are filling it for patient-specific use, I don't know if these patients are doing research at home or not, but I would assume not. But I just wanted to point that out for the board's consideration.
Best to my knowledge, Dr. Gandhi, that's what I know is for research only. And then those pharmacies not asking for like feedback. There's no research, just they selling it to our citizens. I don't know. At this time, I don't feel okay.
Yeah. Ram, I got a question for you.
Yes.
The summary states over 33,000 compound prescriptions with 28 ineligible active ingredients. How many of those are the retatrutide? Do you know?
Yes, I have that information. I'm pulling it up. Sorry about that. The page starts at 3112 and 2,174 prescriptions.
Thank you.
And they, as they claimed that their last dispensed in June 2025 to Arizona.
What about timing on the other 27 ineligible active ingredients? Are they still coming into the state?
To my understanding, yes.
So what are our options, legal counsel? If we're uncomfortable with this, can we issue a cease and desist, suspend license? What are our options at this stage?
I believe this is a renewal application. You would have the authority to deny the application, articulating the facts, some of which is shipping into the state without a valid permit or questionable products. You could renew with a consent agreement, for instance, for probation, civil penalty, decree of censure.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. Board members, what are you thinking?
Mr. Chair, just for a point of consistency, I think you have allowed for me to negotiate terms with these individuals and then approve the permit upon coming to an agreement of some sort. That's just for consistency's sake.
That was the note I made. And I would like to move that we allow the executive director to negotiate a favorable, a reasonable resolution to the case and approve the application upon conclusion of that negotiation.
Mr. Hogan, when you say a reasonable resolution, I believe that Dr. Gandhi has typically, or what he was referring to was an amount of civil penalty and not some sort of other resolution.
I would limit my motion to that.
Would we want, as a point of discussion, would we want some oversight with a probationary term on this as well? And instead of just a civil penalty, just to make sure that they're not continuing to send this in? I mean, we obviously don't want these unapproved drug products coming to Arizonans.
I have concern about that as
Yeah,
well. I think there should be something
I
in there
agree.
that is continuing oversight to prevent that from happening or catch it early.
Do you have language suggestions on that?
Ms. Galvin, would it be appropriate then to issue a cease and desist from this type of activity and then have me, that way the cease and desist holds from the Board of Pharmacy?
You could issue a cease and desist together with an order for civil penalty. You could take a hybrid and grant the renewal application upon paying with civil penalty with provision that no products would be shipped into Arizona. The Ratatouille would not be shipped into Arizona. And that would be until further order of the board, perhaps if it became legal and not research only.
Would that also be a disciplinary civil penalty versus a non-disciplinary, as it would be more structured?
That
and
would
it could be
up
formalized.
to the board or your negotiation.
Yeah. So
So I would amend my motion, but I would expand the limit to all ineligible active ingredients, not just the one.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Clarify the motion.
As I understand it, it would be to grant the application for renewal upon the signing of a consent agreement for a civil penalty to be determined and negotiated by the executive director and the entity, with a provision that there would be no shipment into Arizona for all ineligible active ingredients until further order of the board.
Would that be renewal on payment? after payment.
Yes.
And the question of discipline. Yeah, I would.
The consent is discipline.
Very good.
I have a question for the Attorney General's office, which is, in that granting of the application with these provisions, can you also have in the provision some type of oversight, or would that be going too far and not allowed?
That was not part of the original motion. There was a question, I believe, by Mr. Anderson, whether we would want some sort of oversight, and that would be the term of probation. But as the motion stands, and we do have a second, that was not included.
Right.
But it could be.
But it could be. Thank you.
I would like to withdraw my second and recommend that we include that portion that wasn't included in there.
My understanding, when Ms. Galvin kind of gave the options, is that we could go the probation route, or we could just prevent them from shipping these items, which is our point of concern. And so that's why I made the motion the way I did, and I'd like to maintain it.
You could also deny the license, which is where I'm leaning.
The cease and desist would prohibit them, to stop them from shipping in, but oversights would include, probation, and that would allow you to have more insight into what is being shipped and what's occurring.
I'll withdraw my motion.
If there was oversight in there, I would be willing to go with that, but not without oversight.
What do you mean by oversight?
Monitoring, the continued monitoring or probationary period to ensure that they're following, that they're not shipping unappropriate products into Arizona.
Are you talking about like having a monitor or another organization inspect them? What are you thinking? I still don't understand what you mean monitoring.
Not sure how that would work, but some way that we can be assured that other products are not being shipped here in Arizona that are not appropriate and are not that are not inappropriate.
So the question, if we have a concern about what they ship, what they don't ship, do we have to renew their license?
And that's my concern. And that's why I was leaning towards denial is they continued to do this after they had multiple settlement agreements with multiple boards. So what level of confidence do we have that they're going to...
We ceased the retatrutide upon the inspection. We have not made that in over a year.
But what about the other products
that
were made from ineligible products?
But what is, I don't know what you're talking about as far as the ineligible products, or with Arizona law, what prohibits. I mean, everything is purchased from FDA registered facilities. We have all of our testing, stability studies, all that stuff. So I'm not sure what law we're referencing in Arizona that's an issue.
Mr. Calipari, would you like to comment on that?
So the 503A category 2s, category 3s, any active ingredient that is included in those categories, we are considering as ineligible.
So in category 2 or 3 of the FDA bulk list?
503A, yes. At that time, when you are making. So these lists keep changing. So in 2024, when we look at the list, the items that are included in that list, they are cross-verified with the amount of shipments that we received into Arizona. Based on that, I calculated the number of prescriptions.
So on things that were on list 2 or 3.
Yes.
You're talking about after when they moved all the peptides, but before they removed them again and took them off list 2 recently?
Yes, 2026, they changed the list again, but this was from 2024 list.
So many of those products are also OTCs and supplements. So are you able to differentiate between which ones are?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, category 3 and category 2 only were used to calculate the totals.
I have a question for the Attorney General's office again. Can we, if we choose to, and I'm not saying I'm for this, continue this to give the director an opportunity to negotiate with these people and see if it can be found a situation that would be acceptable to everybody? In other words, can we continue this thing till next meeting if we need to?
You may, and then that would be brought back to the board to approve any agreement that is reached.
Okay, thank you.
But in the meantime, for clarification, they would still be eligible to ship products into Arizona without a cease and desist letter.
Without a cease and desist, the status quo could continue.
So,
What day did you say you quit shipping the products into Arizona?
I think June, I don't don't know the exact date, roughly around June.
May I answer that question?
Somewhere
Yeah,
around.
he is mentioning the retired to died only, the June 2025.
Yeah.
so
I'm sorry, you said like you stopped manufacturing peptide therapy or you stopped shipping to Arizona?
No, we stopped altogether. We didn't ship it
I
anyway.
don't know if I'm on the right website, but the website just advertising for peptide therapy.
What are you asking, with peptides in general or with?
It says just peptide therapy. I don't know if that's, I mean, it's your general. Yeah, it says peptide therapy. I don't know what is this referring to.
He was referring to retatrutide only.
Yeah. So if you discontinue it, I'm not saying you did not, but if you discontinue with this while your website is not updated.
My web, I don't know. I haven't.
I'm looking at the online.
We have
your website, yeah. Unless I'm on the wrong website.
I don't know what's on BrooksvilleRx.com.
Correct.
Yep. Where does it?
I mean, if you go to custom compounding, it would be the second one after men and hormone.
Well, sure. We make lots of peptides. We make different peptides, semaglutide and tirzepatide are peptides, right? We make the PT141, or we make all the ones that recently were removed off of list 2. We have all in development at different stages of stability studies that we're making as well. I mean, we different peptides.
So, Ms. Galvin, Ms. Franklin, so if we were, there's been talk about potential denial. So if we were to deny this application, does that lose our ability to reprimand on the 33,789 compounded prescriptions that didn't meet our standards? Do we, what is it?
Denial of the application, in my thinking, would encapsulate the adjudication of the 33,000 that were shipped into Arizona. That's sort of the outcome that the board has determined. We're going to deny your license because of all the shipping that you did into Arizona.
okay, I have a question for the Attorney General's office again, which is, if we wanted to do a cease and desist order today, in other words, split this in two, so to speak, do a cease and desist order today, and then also continue for negotiations on the license, is that a possible procedurally, or is it one matter that has to be decided all at the same time?
You can separate the matters. The cease and desist would be more direct, efficient, telling the entity, don't ship into Arizona anymore. And then you are going to go decide how to adjudicate what they did ship in and whether you should renew their license.
Thank you.
And the penalty sounds a lot like my motion that Ms. Galvin helped me formulate.
So I believe the first motion like was withdrawn. I believe that makes sense. But maybe we need to add specific verbiage to it, like allowing our board staff to negotiate. Fine, it will be disciplinary, and maybe like to send a list of medication that they will ship to Arizona. If any addition to this medication that have to go through, like notify the state board. I don't know if this is, you can maintain this as a board staff, but maybe this is like part of the probation for 2 years or 3 years. That's kind of like oversight. So we know what are they shipping to state of Arizona. Is there something you can consider? I don't know.
I have a question for the company. Would you be willing to consent and enter into a stipulation that you will not send illegal, or I'm not sure of the exact word, basically the type of materials you've been sending to Arizona that have been improper? Would you be willing to enter into that agreement right now?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm sending in that's improper currently under Arizona law.
Okay.
That would be, if that makes sense. I mean, sure, but I don't know. I don't know if like a cease and desist, if I'm not doing it, it doesn't really make sense to me. So whatever you want me to ship or not ship, I have no problems to, doing or not doing.
Would you be willing to enter into a stipulation today? It's only a partial one. It's not granting or not granting the license, saying that you'll comply with Arizona law and not ship anything in violation of Arizona law.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Sure.
thank
I don't have my attorney, so I wasn't expecting. I thought we were talking about the Ohio stuff, not. Yes, yes, sir.
And you have the authority to enter into that type of agreement?
I believe so. I'm the owner.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, we've had lots of good, robust discussion. Do we have a motion? They both were rescinded. The second and the first were rescinded.
Just kind of get a sense of the board. Do any board members want to deny the application? Otherwise, I would probably go back to my original motion.
Dr. Gandhi, can we maintain if they send us a list of what currently shipping to Arizona and that's what we allow, and then if they're gonna ship more or new products, they will send it to us to look at it or approve it, or this is hard to monitor or oversight, like during the probation?
We can probably work it into our monitoring process. But if we start doing that as a routine practice for every other company as well, it's gonna become challenging.
It will be a
And
challenge.
This
I
would
agree.
be, this would set a new standard and new thing for our agency.
Okay.
One creative thing that I think we could potentially leverage is hearing some of the just seeing the Florida board and what they have uncovered and or not uncovered. What about an NABP VPP inspection to assess?
We currently have Gates in here working on that stuff.
So you have a NABP VPP inspection?
Well, Gates, but I think Gates does it for NABP. I'm not sure of the details, and I've been discussing that with them, and they're kind of leaving this whole peptide thing alone right now based off of all the kind of craziness going on. So no, I've been discussing with the consultant that she's cleaning up some of our SOPs and some of the new equipment SOPs and stuff that we need. And we should have Gates in here relatively soon to do the inspection.
Just to refresh your memory, Gates did come before us. They're not with a VPP, but we are not in a position where we promote other inspections or other companies, and so we took no action, I believe.
And am I correct in my understanding that they have not shipped any inappropriate products into Arizona since 2024?
2025, June 2025.
2020, June 2025.
According to RUM's report, they dispensed prescriptions that were ineligible until at 12/31/2025. Not retatrutide, but other products with inactive ingredients.
So the list is from January 2022 to December 2025.
And that's the latest date that we have information. So they could
Yeah.
be shipping stuff right now that we just don't know about. That's the dispensing report that they provided.
You are correct.
So we do not make any lists to compounds. And when they first, so on that Friday night when they reclassified everything and put them onto list 2, we continued therapy for our patients basically until we ran out of the APIs. So we kept making them for several months after they got reclassified, and then we ceased all of the things that were on category 2 then. And now that they got removed again from category 2, then we started back.
So let me just clarify what you said. So you just acknowledged that you were making products after you knew that they were on the ineligible product list to use up your inventory?
Yes, and for continuation of therapy. So most of our patients, we switched. I mean, when we're just to be clear, so we're talking about we have tens of thousands of patients taking these medications that have been taking them for years. And I honestly did not know they were recategorized to category 2 on that Friday until sometime in the next week. The word started traveling relatively fast. Yes, and then we finished up our inventory, dispensed those to the patients. I did that in consultation with attorneys for the continuity of care, and then we stopped. So yes, within a month or 2, we were done with them. And then once they came back off, then we started again.
I'm confused. So I need some clarification.
Okay.
You had this product and it was reclassified, which means it could not be continually given to your patients. Is that correct? Because you stopped doing it once you ran out of medication or what the supplements or whatever you were using. Am I
Correct.
understanding this correct? So after you knew they were reclassified, in order to get rid of the medications, you continued to use them even though you knew they were reclassified and had and could not do that. Am I understanding that correctly, or am I missing something?
I mean, for the most part, yes, but we had patients that, I mean, we were still getting prescriptions, filling them for patients based off of a prescriber-patient relationship that we filled. Yes, for a small time. We knew we had to stop, so we stopped. We continued dispensing the stuff that we had made, and then ceased making anymore.
I'm still confused.
Oh, okay. Well, so in this scenario, so if they so like literally with the stroke of a pen on a Friday at 4 p.m., they say it's now list 2. So it was fine Thursday, and now it's not Friday. So that transition period, it was a small transition period. I don't know. I don't know what your recommendation would be with how we should have handled that.
Didn't you say that transition period was 1 to 2 months?
But when we dispensed it all, yes. I don't have the exact times. I don't know. Some of them we may have ran out right away. I don't remember. That was a while ago.
I don't think this really meets the standards to sell into the state of Arizona. I would be, although I want to issue discipline, I think we need to protect the public here in Arizona and deny this so that this stops.
I agree. The one question I have is with the denial, could we also order a cease and desist
They don't have a license.
if we deny?
So
I'm just concerned that they're going to continue to ship into Arizona.
No, ma'am, we do not have to ship into Arizona. I'll have a lot of upset patients and clinics, but we do not have to ship into these products into Arizona. Whatever products you don't want me to ship, I will not ship. I I understand your stance. If you don't want me to do it, I won't do it.
So you could issue a cease and desist order, being very specific as to what products you are ordering them not to ship into Arizona. And at the same time, you can issue a notice of denial of renewal of the application for all the grounds that have been stated and discussed. The denial does not go into effect until 35 days after the notice of denial is issued. He has 35 days to appeal that. If he appeals it, we then go to hearing, and the denial would not be final until the board issues a final decision on that denial. So the cease and desist may fill the gap, clarifying that he is not to ship into Arizona while we work on the notice of denial and have a hearing if that's necessary, et cetera. Unless he wants to consent to the denial of his renewal application.
And prior to the hearing, if he asked for one, negotiations could go on to see if there's a way to resolve this with him being able to ship into Arizona, correct? In other words, a denial can be rescinded by us if the staff comes to an agreement with them that they find satisfactory and we do. Or am I misunderstanding what we can do?
When a board votes to deny an application or a renewal application, that is the message that you did not meet the qualifications for this application. And typically that's not something that is negotiated. Either you meet the standards or you don't. And so I am not familiar with an instance where the circumstances that you presented have occurred.
So I want to break this down a little bit. One, we have drugs shipped into our state that are ineligible based on the list at that point in time. Let me back up a little bit. We have a lot of pharmacies that are shipping peptides into the state. What my concern is as a board member is I want the pharmacies to comply to the list that's in effect on the date. So we need to address the fact that these non-compliant products were shipped into Arizona. That's why I would like to have an option for the executive director to negotiate a potential fine relative to those historical items. Secondly, I'd like a cease and desist in terms of preventing shipping into Arizona any items that are not on the current 2026 list. That's 2.
Only the 503A bulk list and category 1. If they are not on any of those, if they don't have a USP monograph, are not part of a commercially available product, then they are not eligible as per the 503A rules.
And so that's what
Referring to.
yeah, that's what I'm referring to, 503A rules. So those are 2 items: negotiate the fine, cease and desist on any items that are not on the 503A category 1, and bulk list.
You got it.
And am I missing something? And approve upon signing of the, if it's a consent agreement or whatever the negotiation result is with the executive director. That would be my motion.
Probation for sure, right?
I don't see that because we have a cease and desist.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we've got a first and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Davis, recused? No. Recused, making sure. Ms. Wamsley,
Nay.
Ms. Spark,
Nay.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Earl Nassif,
Nay.
Mr. Anderson,
Nay.
Mr. Lenevsky.
Nay.
Motion fails.
I will try to make a motion. I make a motion to issue a cease and desist for the unapproved products that we will compile together, the appropriate ones that you mentioned, and a notice of denial.
And that notice of denial is based upon the discussion that occurred in this meeting as well as Rom's investigative summary.
Correct.
Is there a fine for the items shipped previously into the state?
That was not part of her motion.
Could that be part of the motion if it's a notice of denial?
We discussed earlier that the denial of the application kind of encompasses the behavior, the shipping without the shipping of the
Ineligible.
ineligible products.
So therefore, a fine would be inappropriate? Is that what you're saying?
I've never seen a fine attached to a notice of denial. I'll put it that way.
Thank you.
I'll leave my motion.
Thank you, Dr. Spark. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Before
Wait,
we
oh,
go there, I
discussion.
have discussion.
My negative vote on the last one was because it gave the executive director without coming back with the agreement for us to vote on. In other words, I would have voted for the motion, the original motion, had it said the executive director negotiate the agreement and then come back here for ratification.
Yeah, it will come.
That motion didn't have that.
No more
So
process.
if the denial is if the motion to deny is defeated, I plan to make that motion. I just want everybody to know that.
Thank you.
You look mystified.
It's not unusual. Okay, no.
Okay.
Floor in a second.
All right, Dr. Any further discussion? All right. Roll call.
Roll call.
Okay, roll call. Dr. Gandhi, please.
Mr. Thorwald,
Nay.
Ms. Browning,
Nay.
Ms. Davis is recused, Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Nay.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Nay.
Mr. Anderson,
Aye.
Mr. Lenevsky.
Nay.
Motion fails again.
Now I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Motion that, don't remember the exact wording of the motion that was made, the original one, but I would want that same wording there, but with one additional provision, that before the license is granted, that agreement come back to us for approval.
I don't feel as though I have enough information on what previous motion you're referring to, because I have about 4 here that were
What's yours?
voted or failed.
Last motion.
The last one from.
I think the last one was a cease and desist on all 503A Category 1 and bulk lists from 2026. And ask the executive director to enter into a consent agreement to negotiate a fine for the several thousand products that were previously shipped into the state that are on the unapproved list at that time. And I believe that was my motion. Oh, and to have the negotiations come back to the board for final approval.
And my motion was to have it come back to the board rather than just have the agreement.
All right, so Mr. Hogan had the first. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair, just one proposal. I would limit it to 2026 because the list
So
is
it's the most updated-
evolving.
the most
So you should just reference The current, most current,
Most current list has only few items, so it may not be relevant.
yep.
And in your motion, Mr. Hogan, we need to add accept because you said 503A bulk list and category 1, but those are allowed. Category 2, category 3 are not allowed, so.
Accept.
Yeah. Thank you.
Accept. Okay. It's my motion, I'll accept those as friendly amendments.
Ms. Galvin, is the motion in order?
Let's review it.
Yes, I think we have the general, idea that we're gonna issue a cease and desist. Ron promised to help me with what items should be on that. And then we have delegated to the executive director the authority to negotiate civil penalties for the 33,000 products that were ineligible previously. And that final negotiation will come back to the board for approval.
All right, so that is the first and second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Mr. Lenevsky.
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Browning.
Aye.
Ms. Davis is recused. Ms. Wamsley.
Nay.
Ms. Spark.
Nay.
Mr. Hogan.
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
And Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with 2 nays, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you, Mr. Myers, for being here. Board staff will be in touch.
Okay, I have a question though. How does your Safe Compounding Act play into this that y'all passed a couple of years ago?
Mr. Myers, this case is now settled. The board staff will be in touch with you, and you can ask questions of the compliance officer. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
To have the speakers on cover the entire screen instead of just a little box.
Mr. Patel, is that possible to update the view? Do we have to pause or can we continue? Okay. All right, moving on to 22A. This is a pharmacy technician trainee application for Nicole Dallas Johnson. Is Ms. Johnson on the line or in the boardroom? We don't see her. Do we want to continue or do we want to come back to Ms. Johnson?
I don't know that we need her personally. I think the facts are before us. Okay.
All right.
Personally.
We'll go ahead. Ms. Bolts, will you provide a summary, please?
Certainly. Hannah Bolts, Licensing Division Manager. Nicole Johnson applied for a pharmacy technician trainee registration on April 22nd, 2026. During the process of her application, staff discovered that Ms. Johnson had 2 DUI incidents on her record after noticing her Arizona driver license indicated ignition interlock. At that time, Ms. Johnson submitted her application. The online training application did not allow the applicant to disclose criminal history. On May 11th, 2019, Ms. Johnson was pulled over for failing to stop for the red signal at an intersection and making a wide right-hand turn. She told officers that she drank 4 beers and a sip of Four Loko that was open in the rear compartment of her vehicle. When she provided a breath sample, her BAC was .118. She was charged with 2 counts of DUI and 1 count of possession of an open alcoholic container in a vehicle. On June 4th, 2019, she pleaded guilty to 1 count of DUI, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and her other charges were dismissed. On June 8th, 4 days after Ms. Johnson pleaded guilty to driving under the influence, she was observed by the Mesa Police Department driving with no headlights. Officers conducted a field sobriety test, and based on the observations, she was arrested for aggravated DUI and her car was impounded. Blood draw confirmed that her BAC was 0.16. She was charged with 2 counts of aggravated DUI, a class 4 felony, and she was issued 2 summons to appear at the Superior Court of Arizona. However, the certified mail containing the summons were returned and an arrest warrant was issued for her on March 10th, 2020. Ms. Johnson ultimately appeared in court, and on July 15th, 2021, she pleaded guilty to an amended count of endangerment, a class 6 felony, and an amended count of DUI, a class 1 misdemeanor. She was ordered to complete 2.5 years of supervised probation with terms and conditions, serve 4 months in county jail with credit for 2 days served, and not consume or possess any substances containing alcohol, and also pay fines. On June 26, 2023, a petition for early termination of her probation was granted, and she was discharged from probation on July 31st, 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles. We'll open the floor for questions, discussion.
If the applicant was here, I would ask her her sobriety date, but we don't have that opportunity. Would the board be interested in having this individual be reviewed for alcohol dependence and have that come back to us, or are we just going to deny the application?
I would support that motion, Mr. Hope.
So I haven't done one of those yet. So how do you frame that?
And that motion for an interim order for an evaluation?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Interim order for an evaluation of substance abuse. Might as well broaden it beyond alcohol, if that's typical.
May I mention, it was back in 2019, so 7 years ago, and then she got early release from hers.
So how do we determine her sobriety state
At
at this
the
point in
moment.
time? That's my question.
So what if we did an order substance use evaluation with fitness duty for component? If no concerns on that fitness for duty, approve the application.
I would amend my motion to that effect.
Second.
Any further discussion?
If she doesn't agree to that,
No.
deny or have her withdraw, or what would you like?
If she doesn't undergo the interim order for evaluation, that's a violation of the board order and would be grounds for denial.
But then it would come back. It would have to come back, but could
No,
they?
yeah, if they wanted to add that to their
Right.
motion, that would be fine.
I
It would
think
be
it would
based on the
add.
failure.
I would add it.
And I modify my second to include that.
Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Mr. Lenevsky. Aye. Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Browning.
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley.
Nay, due to the time frame that it's been.
Ms. Spark.
Aye.
Mr. Hogan.
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Nay.
And Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with 2 nays, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Let's try to get one more done before lunch. This is 22B, pharmacist reciprocity application with prior discipline, failed to disclose. This is Isaac Blair. Is Isaac Blair on the line or in the boardroom?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Mr. Blair. Could you activate your camera and introduce yourself for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Isaac Blair, and it's telling me that my video is starting, but I don't see myself. Do you guys see me now, sir?
We do. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Ms. Bolts, would you like to share a summary, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Isaac Blair applied for a pharmacist's license by reciprocity on April 28th, 2026. On the initial application, he disclosed disciplinary action taken against his Ohio license in May of 1998. Mr. Blair did not disclose a 5th-degree felony gambling conviction from 2019. Mr. Blair was licensed in the state of Ohio on February 26, 1996, and was employed by Rite Aid Discount Pharmacy located in Cleveland, Ohio. On or about dates listed in 1996 and 97, Mr. Blair knowingly sold controlled substance weight loss prescriptions to patients not intended for a legitimate medical purpose. On May 4th, 1998, the Ohio State Board of Pharmacy met with Mr. Blair for a scheduled meeting and found the findings of fact constituted Mr. Blair being guilty of unprofessional conduct in the practice of pharmacy, as well as guilty of willfully violating, conspiring to violate, attempting to violate, or aiding and abetting the violation of provisions as provided of the Ohio Revised Code. On June 10th, 1998, the Ohio Board placed Mr. Blair's pharmacist license on probation with terms and conditions for 2 years. He was ordered to pay a $1,000 penalty fee. Mr. Blair did appeal the order and entered into a settlement agreement with the Ohio Board of Pharmacy in March of '99. The previous order was changed to reflect that the Ohio State Board of Pharmacy was only reprimanding Mr. Blair on the record. On July 16th, 2019, Mr. Blair was found guilty of a 5th-degree felony gambling charge when he purposefully or knowingly claimed, collected, took, or attempted to claim, collect, or take money or anything of value in or from a casino game with the intent to defraud or without having made a wager contingent on winning a casino game. The circumstances which led to his conviction were unavailable as the law enforcement report was unavailable. Mr. Blair was sentenced to 1 year of community control supervised probation with terms and conditions, and he was required to pay a $50 restitution fee within 90 days. Mr. Blair's conviction was expunged on September 5th, 2023, less than 10 years before the date of his Arizona pharmacist license application. Mr. Blair is applying for pharmacist licensure via reciprocity. He currently holds licenses in Ohio, Indiana, and North Dakota, all of which are in good standing.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles. Before we open the floor for questions or discussions, Ms. Galvin or Ms. Franklin, can you share a little bit about expungement and what that means?
Sure thing. So expungement works a little bit differently in Arizona than it does in Ohio, and Mr. Blair's expungement occurred in Ohio. From what I can tell from the statutes in Ohio, it functions similarly to sealing the record in Arizona. So in Arizona, you can apply to seal your criminal record, and it will essentially act as though that criminal history never happened. There is a carve out in the Arizona statute that requires individuals who have had their record sealed to disclose that information when applying for a position that requires a fingerprint clearance card, like a position with the pharmacy board. Sorry, I said that weird, but you know what I'm saying. That being said, what Mr. Blair's understanding of his expungement in Ohio may have been different, meaning he may have believed that he did not have to disclose that because in Ohio, the expungement does not have that carve out for fingerprint clearance cards like it does in Arizona, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Ms.
Is
Franklin.
my understanding correct that in most states it's not that way?
I'm not sure. I can't speak on most states.
All right, board members, the floor is open for discussion. Or Mr. Blair, would you like to make a brief statement before we move into questions?
No, sir. I just was here to answer any questions that you guys may have. I will note that the judge gave me a year to complete certain parameters, and I finished them in actually 3 months. And because I just wanted to put the whole thing behind me, it was a big mistake at a casino. And that's why the expungement was issued to me through my good standing, and that I completed everything in a more than timely manner. And again, I just wanted to put it behind me because, like I said, it was a mistake, but I deemed guilty. I accepted my consequences, and I want to continue my career with the possibility in Arizona, sir.
Mr. Blair, do you have a job in Arizona? Are you moving to Arizona? That's why you're looking.
So if, she said, I'm licensed in several states. So what I do is I work with 4 agencies that keep me movement at all times, sir. And I travel all around the United States and could do abroad if the major, language is English. And with my 31 years of pharmacy experience, sir, there's not much that I cannot contribute where I can go anywhere and I may not be able to hit the ground running, but I can hit the ground and walk briskly to help, whether it's places like North Dakota at -60 degrees. No pharmacist wanted to go there. So I kind of consider myself the pharmacy fireman. I'll go in, running in when other people are running out. Because at -60 degrees, if you fall 10 feet from something, your goal, and nobody sees you, you're going to probably perish. So a lot of people don't want to put themselves in that harm. Other places, if there's a high degree of turnover, I'll go in and help until, like currently where I'm at, 2 graduates, they wanted me to come in for 6 months
Thank you
until
very
the
much.
graduates. I'm sorry.
I got it. Thank you very much.
I have
Okay, I'm sorry.
for you, Mr. Blair, and it could have a yes or no answer, and that
Okay.
is of the requirements that the judge required of you in the 2019 case. Did you complete the 90 Gamblers Anonymous meetings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Board members, any motion?
I move to approve the reciprocity application.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I'd like to note that Dr. Walmsley and I were on the same page on that particular motion.
All right,
What
we've got a
about
first and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Blair. We appreciate you being here. And
Thank you.
we will break for lunch. 60 minutes. We'll be back at, or 55 minutes. We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
I had a question, sir. One quick question.
Sure.
So with the approval, does that happen in the next 2 days or the next 2 months? Approximately when should I expect the approval number to be issued?
Staff will be in touch with you, but I would think within the next couple weeks.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you all's time.
Thank you.
Test 1 2 1 2 test 1 2. Test 1 2 test 1 2.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. It changed.
Okay.
Because I had Jabber on.
Cool.
1, 2. Okay.
No, you're done.
check.
All right, welcome back. We're reconvening. Welcome back. We are reconvening our August 19th board meeting. We will move on to tab 23A, which is action on previous action. And I think Ms. Galvin will be sharing.
Thank you, members of the board. This matter involves Mr. Jared Turley. He previously held a pharmacist license with you. He is currently voluntarily suspended. What you have before you is a consent agreement in order for voluntary surrender of his license and the denial of his renewal application. I see Courtney Sullivan here is here with Boson and Snow. Mr. Turley has been represented by Randall Nice of that firm throughout these proceedings, and I'm sure you'll give her an opportunity to correct anything that I've said that needs to be corrected or weigh in. By way of background, Mr. Turley was initially licensed in 2016, and since January of 2026, his license has been voluntarily suspended. But he had entered into an interim consent agreement that dated back to September of 2025. So he essentially has been out of practice for just about a year. In July of 2021, the board and the respondent entered into a consent agreement for an order of suspension, treatment, rehabilitation. And under this order, Mr. Turley served 6 months of a suspension, followed by 4.5 years of probation. And as with many of your agreements, pursuant to the terms of probation, he was required to be monitored, undergo random drug screens, participate in peer meetings, etc. And he was monitored under PAPA for this period of time, attending meetings, random drug screening, etc. In August of 2025, PAPA notified the board that Mr. Turley underwent a random drug screen that was returned positive for methamphetamine. Those results were confirmed and also substantiated by a medical review officer at Mr. Turley's request. Mr. Turley has denied using methamphetamine. As a follow-up to that positive urine, he underwent hair and nail testing that was also positive for methamphetamine. Again, Mr. Turley denied using methamphetamine. During this evaluation and his time with PAPA, respondent was prohibited from using certain medication that included over-the-counter products that contained DXM. He did acknowledge that he had been abusing those products to self-treat to conditions that he was experiencing. At the time, he underwent a reevaluation after this positive test. The evaluator found that he was not fit for duty, and at that time, respondent agreed. On December 8th, 2025, he submitted an application for renewal, and that application was put on hold. This matter was, is set for hearing September 9th, 10th, and 11th. Mr. Nice and I have been in communication regarding the specifics of the hearing, witnesses, et cetera. And they reached out to us and expressed interest in signing a consent agreement for the voluntary surrender of his license. So we would not go to formal hearing. The consent agreement that you have in front of you was offered to Mr. Turley, and it has been signed by Mr. Turley. The statutes prohibit someone who has surrendered their license or has been revoked from reapplying for a period of 2 years. And given Mr. Turley's history and the fact that he's essentially been suspended on an interim basis and then under consent agreement suspended for an additional time, they have requested that the voluntary surrender date back to September of 2025. This is an agreement that your legal counsel has drafted, that we support, that staff has supported in consultation with Drs. Gandhi and Kianavong. We would ask that you adopt this consent agreement for voluntary surrender, the effective date being 9/11/2025. He's also, as part of this agreement, consented to the denial of his application for renewal. So we ask that you would accept that denial and vacate the hearing that is set for the first part of September. And the state believes that this agreement fully protects the public and serves the board's mission in that regard. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. Ms. Sullivan, would you like to introduce yourself for the board? And also, is your client on joining us? Do we have?
Mr. Turley will not be appearing this afternoon. Courtney Sullivan appearing on his behalf. We don't have anything to add to what Ms. Galvin has provided to the board this afternoon, and we would ask that the board accept the consent agreement that's before you today.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Board members, the floor is now open for discussion and/or questions. Hearing none, anybody open for making a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the state's suggestion.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Would that include Ms. Walmsley vacating the hearing as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Once signed, yes.
All right, we've got a first and a second. Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lanevsky,
Yay.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you, Ms. Sullivan, for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. Moving on to tab 23B. This is board case 26-0034, action on previous action for Erica Dubois, pharmacy technician. Is Ms. Dubois in the boardroom or online?
Yes, I'm here. I'm turning on my cam. There you go.
Hi, Ms. Dubois. Can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Erica Dubois.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, would you like to share a summary, please?
Certainly. Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Erica Dubois was issued an Arizona Pharmacy Technician license on December 23rd, 2014. Her license expires on October 31st, 2027. It is currently suspended. On or about January 20th, 2026, board staff received notification from Express Scripts indicating that Ms. Dubois was terminated from her position as a pharmacy technician on January 15th, 2026. According to information provided by the pharmacy, on January 5th, 2026, Ms. Dubois was sent for reasonable suspicion testing after appearing to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs in the workplace. According to documentation provided by Express Scripts, on January 5th, 2026, Ms. Dubois was 2 hours late to work, and supervisors noticed that she was filling medications very slowly and making many errors. It was further indicated that she was slurring her speech, not making eye contact, and her eyes were glazed over. Ms. Dubois ultimately submitted to for-cause testing and was placed on administrative leave pending the results of the drug test. On or about January 15th, 2026, Express Scripts received the results of Ms. Dubois' drug test, which indicated positive results for a controlled substance. Ms. Dubois indicated to a supervisor that she took an old prescription. She was unable to provide a valid prescription or original bottle with a prescription label. Express Scripts terminated Ms. Dubois because she was not able to provide a valid prescription for the medication she took, and she was not able to safely perform her job when she arrived to work. In her response to the board complaint, Ms. Dubois indicated that the drug in question was an old prescription and that she was attempting to obtain records for it. She further indicated that on the day of the incident, she worked a shift where the hours were drastically different from her normal working hours. She stated that she took the medication to help her sleep, misjudged the timing, and was still groggy when she went to work. Specific details regarding the medication are included in the board's files for review and consideration. Upon review of Ms. Dubois' PMP report, staff confirmed that Ms. Dubois had multiple prescriptions for the controlled substance dating from 2019 through 2021. Ms. Dubois entered into an interim consent agreement for voluntary suspension of license and substance use evaluation. The agreement was considered and approved by the board during its February 2026 board meeting. Ms. Dubois underwent an evaluation on April 6, 2026. The results of the evaluation were transmitted to the board office on June 15, 2026. The evaluation report is included in the board's files for review and consideration. This matter is returning to the board for discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the facts of this complaint, the results of Ms. Dubois' evaluation, and the suspended status of her license.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Dubois, would you like to make a statement before the board moves into questions?
I mean, she pretty much covered everything. Obviously, I had a huge lapse in error or judgment, and I feel terrible about it. It was not something that I've never, in the 10 plus years I've worked, I've never had a single issue or complaint about my work performance or anything like that. So I definitely took it hard, and I take full responsibility for it. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Dubois. Board members, the floor is now open for discussion and questions.
There's pretty extensive recommendations by the evaluator that I think would be appropriate, and not positive of the terminology here, but offer a consent agreement for probation for a period of 5 years with the terms listed in the evaluation.
Second.
Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lenevsky,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you, Ms. Dubois, for being here. Board staff will be in touch. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, moving on. We are moving to conferences. This is 24A in the board book. Complaint number 25-0730. Respondent is Safeway number 2648 and pharmacist Priska Bosir Horgan. And we have board staff of Ms. Fuentes. Ms. Trujillo, could you please introduce yourself and respondents? Please introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, Susan Trujillo from Corals and Brady.
Thank you.
Priska Bosiri Hogan from the PAC.
Charlie Painter, Manager of Pharmacy Compliance for Albertsons Companies.
Thank you. Welcome. Ms. Fuentes, would you share a summary for us, please?
Yes, Bea Fuentes, Compliance Officer. The board opened a complaint against a pharmacy after receiving a DEA 106 form identifying suspected diversion by a technician. Board staff also opened a separate complaint against the technician. Company leadership discovered a technician had been diverting tramadol since approximately the summer of 2024. The technician placed approximately 57 manual orders using a shared wholesaler account, which is not standard practice. The pharmacy utilized a single login and password for its staff rather than individual user credentials. Leadership confirmed that the company did not have formal policy and procedures in place, allowing orders to be placed without pharmacist oversight. Upon receipt of shipment, the technician manually adjusted the quantities and discarded invoices, creating discrepancies between the system's on-hand quantity of tramadol and the expected quantity based on purchasing and dispensing data. This activity went undetected for approximately 1 year. The pharmacist in charge reported she did not know about the diversion until the company notified her. She stated the technician circumvented the normal process when she removed tramadol and invoices prior to review. The company's policy indicated all controlled substances must be opened, received, and verified by a pharmacist. However, this process was not followed. Since the incident, the PIC directly manages all controlled substances and invoices and invoice verification. In addition, the PIC no longer allows the technician to access shipments or invoices unto review. The company also requested system enhancement, The company also requested system enhancements from its vendor to detect discrepancies earlier.
Thank you, Ms. Fuentes. Mr. Hilo, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, please. And I apologize in advance. I am dealing with a bit of a cold, so appreciate your grace if I'm a little bit of a mess here. So these losses identified gaps that a long-term and trusted technician exploited to steal controlled substances. She ordered the drugs herself. She knew the pharmacist would check in the controlled substance orders, so she got to the totes before they did so she could remove the gray controlled substance bags. She also took the invoices and zeroed out the inventory, so there wasn't a shortage and there wasn't any proof of the order. Safeway rolled out new software in mid-2025 to improve inventory management and security, and the system worked as intended. It identified data anomalies that led the pharmacy compliance team to dig more deeply and they brought in asset protection to assist. The group eventually caught the technician red-handed. Since these issues were discovered, Safeway has requested additional updates to the software and retrained staff on inventory processes. And the pharmacy no longer allows technicians to open the totes. When they arrive, the pharmacists are responsible for that activity. Priska or Charlie are here and they can answer any questions that you have about the pharmacy processes themselves or about the operations technologically at Safeway.
Thank you, Mr. Hilo. Board members, the floor is now open for discussion and questions.
I just have a question for a pharmacist in charge. So what I read here, all controlled substances must be opened, received, and verified by a pharmacist. However, this process was not followed. So just could you explain what is the process, the previous process for receiving control medications, including Schedule II meds?
Okay, so when all the medications come in, they come in the red totes.
Correct.
So the technicians would open them and give the controlled medications to the pharmacist.
Correct.
And they would take care of the other drugs.
Correct.
So
which part not followed? I mean,
it was followed.
Yeah.
I think the process that she described actually followed
Yeah.
Safeway's policies and procedures on this. Like you said, it says that all controlled substance orders must be opened, received, and detailed by the pharmacist.
Yeah.
So it's the pharmacist that opens the gray bags. The
Okay,
controlled
but the
substances
tote
come in gray
itself
bags.
opened by technician.
Right, because
Okay,
you
which
don't
is
know there are controlled substances in the totes. They're not marked on the outside for security.
yeah, that's a standard. Yeah.
Yeah, so they were following the policies and procedures that Safeway has.
Okay.
Does the pharmacy still use a single login for ordering from this wholesaler?
We, at the moment, yes, we are working on making modifications. There's a couple business reasons why we keep that process still open, but we're working on closing that down. That's for orders directly through McKesson Connect for those orders. There are some other technological systems that we put in place that happen after that. We've actually changed our entire inventory management system since this incident occurred. One of the things that this individual was doing was going into that system and then zeroing out the received quantities in there. That is no longer possible. So while yes, individuals do use a one login for stores, all of that data feeds into a system that has to be detailed by a pharmacist.
Does Safeway have a process for monitoring suspicious orders? I would have to think that roughly, 9,000 tablets, if they weren't being dispensed, would have probably triggered something either within the wholesaler or Safeway. Can you talk to us about what your process looks like?
There are processes in place on both ends, both the wholesaler and within Albertson Safeway. Part of the system change that I just described is a different vendor that has a significantly more robust suspicious order monitoring process. And those processes have been buttoned up since this occurred as well.
In your note, it says you've implemented a new controlled check-in and it's a pharmacist versus a tech. So my question for you is diversion's not pharmacist or tech specific. So I'm interested why it wouldn't be like a 2-person check or some other type of check versus just the pharmacist needs to check it because the pharmacist could divert also. So I guess you guys can't see our pages, but in your response, you put to prevent reoccurrence, I've implemented the following controlled check-ins. Is there a reason why it's not 2-person check or some way where we're preventing diversion from both pharmacists and techs during that check-in? My question makes sense. Okay.
I think reasonably based on the, higher training responsibility, that Safeway is comfortable with the pharmacist taking that role. But there are also all of the tracking, all the technology that Charlie just talked about that also acts as a check upon the pharmacist. I think it may be difficult in a busy pharmacy to when totes arrive to have, kind of 2 people that are doing that process. So I understand your concerns. I don't know, Charlie or Prisca, do you have any thoughts on that?
The one thing I would add to that is we do have policies and procedures established for Schedule 2 products that they either need to be double checked or opened under camera coverage.
Yep. But if you have only one pharmacist without technicians, you cannot follow this policy, right?
That's under the camera coverage.
Yeah, going to be under camera coverage. Okay.
And how did Safeway identify this again and alert the PIC?
It was identified via the auditing system of that new vendor that I described.
Okay.
Do you have a process to look at abnormal adjustments? Because it looks like this tech was making the adjustments in the back end. What does that process look like? A detect diversion.
Yeah, that is also something that the new vendor does flag for us as well.
Are there any like reports or anything like that that's accessible on site for the pharmacy manager to see if there's any sort of adjustments, weird adjustments, balance on hand changes, any sort of kind of reporting to aid them rather than having these systems kind of alert?
Yeah, so at the time that this occurred, no, there was not any reporting that pharmacy teams had available to them. That is visible today. It also does send alerts to our centralized compliance team.
Mr. Painter, from a permit holder perspective, was Prisca, was she following company policy?
She was.
I would just like to add, like, I'm glad that they have something like new system running to prevent this to be happening in future. And unfortunately, like, we have some bad actors in our field, and that already been corrected. Me personally, I don't have concern. And unless you like to discuss it further, I'm ready to make a motion. All right.
If Priska was following company policy,
Yeah.
I mean, there's, there's the blanket statement to the permit holders and PIC should be preventing the diversion of controlled substances. They should have processes in place. If Priska was meeting the company standard and we still have how many tablets of tramadol
About
missing?
9,000. maybe.
9,000 tablets missing. I think there might be some permit holder accountability here. It's sounding like they are moving to enhancing their systems, but again, that they weren't in place at the time that allowed this significant diversion to happen.
I would have a concern if they have it in multiple locations and it's a trend in that company. And this is my personal opinion that when you have a bad actor, sometimes they're smarter than the system for a little while till they get caught. Right? Like, so it's really like sometimes it takes time to get those bad actors red-handed, that what's happened in this case. But I don't see a trend unless like our compliance officers, they raise a concern about this firm. They say now they have like kind of a trend in multiple locations. So the system been working or was working, but wasn't good enough to prevent that happen. Not because it's a weak system, it's just they have a really smart bad actor there.
And I think it was the enhancements that led to ultimately the individual being caught.
And the moment they knew about it, they did the right thing. They reported it, they filed 106, and they terminated the employment for that technician. There's always gap for time, like, till you get those bad actors. So from my perspective, I move to dismiss the permit holder and the PIC.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, motion carries. Thank you.
I do have a question. Do we have a complaint against the technician?
Yeah, it's separate.
It's a separate
Okay,
complaint.
I figured it was, but I just want to make sure we have an open complaint.
All right, thank you for being here. Moving on to tab 24B.
I'm sorry, 24D? B.
B as
I
in
have
boy.
problem with my ears.
So this is complaint number 25-0459. Respondent is Safeway 1717, George DeRoche, Eversana Life Sciences Services LLC, Joshua Robert Wedler, and Bradley Schammel, Eversana PIC. The pharmacy shipped medication into Arizona without a shared services agreement or letting the receiving pharmacy know. So could we have the respondents please introduce themselves for the record?
Yeah, Josh Weidler, Director of Pharmacy Operations at Eversana.
Thank you.
Brad Schammel, pharmacist in charge, Eversana.
Thank you.
George Darwish, pharmacist in charge of Safeway.
Thank you.
And Charlie Painter, Safeway.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobson, would you like to share a summary, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Max Jacobson, Compliance Officer, Board of Pharmacy. This complaint involves two pharmacies. Eversana is a non-resident pharmacy and the Safeway that is in Arizona. Typically, the workflow for this medication would be that the provider sends the prescription to Eversana. Eversana fills it and delivers it to the provider's office for administration directly to the patient. The drugs involved in this case are long-acting injectables, LAIs. They're medications that are to be administered directly to the patient, not to be dispensed to the patient. In this case, the patient's provider was some reason unavailable, and the patient requested the medication take a different route to be delivered. The patient expressed those concerns to the provider, and the provider told the patient that they would handle it. The provider then contacted Eversana Pharmacy and told them about the situation. And the provider came up with the idea that they could ship the medication to a different pharmacy that was appropriate to receive the medication and capable of administering the medication. Safeway Pharmacy in Arizona is capable of both of those things. However, by Safeway policy, they only administer medication to patients of their own pharmacy. In other words, if the drug was dispensed by a different pharmacy, in this case, Eversana, Safeway would not administer it to a patient because it's not their patient. In this case, the provider of the patient made all of the arrangements, communicated with both pharmacies involved, and when the patient showed up to Safeway to have the medication administered, because the drug was not in their work queue, was not a part of their prescription software, the staff were uninformed with where the drug was and what should be happening with this patient. Ultimately, the patient did receive the drug and was taken care of, but this whole confusion is the reason why we're here today.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Would anybody like to, from the respondent side, make a statement before we move into questions or discussion?
I can speak a little bit about it. So one of the programs that we manage at our pharmacy is a patient assistance program for a manufacturer who has a long-acting injectable. These patients are low income, uninsured, often indigent, and oftentimes affected with schizophrenia. So a lot of times they need either healthcare providers or patient advocates or something to just kind of help facilitate the coordination of their care for their own safety. So as Max had mentioned, we had been sending this medication to the provider's office. Provider's office had reached out to us, informed us that the Safeway location was more convenient for the patient. Based on the manufacturer's website, they had noticed that Safeway was listed as what they call an LCC. So therefore, we made the necessary arrangements to go ahead and send it to that Safeway pharmacy. So,
thank you. Board members, questions?
Just a question. So when in your discussions with the provider, once it's established that maybe the Safeway location was more convenient to the patient, why not advise the provider to send the prescription to Safeway?
Yeah. So the patients actually have to enroll with the program through our pharmacy to be eligible. So basically we send free drug based on having received a prescription. So, if they would fulfill it at the Safeway, there would be no way for the prescription to run through that program essentially. So that's why they send the prescription to us. We make sure the patient meets all the eligibility requirements that are set by the manufacturer, make sure the prescription's valid before we send it out to wherever the patient would like us to, whether it's provider's office, an LCC, whatever's most convenient for them. So,
and I mean, if I'm reading correctly, Safeway is also a part of that program. Is that correct?
It is correct. And Albertsons companies as a whole across the country have an agreement with Eversana for this program. We specifically have carved Arizona out of that agreement because we do not have a shared services agreement with them. What Max referenced, we do have a shared services agreement internally between our own pharmacies, but we don't, as it stands today, have a shared services agreement for Arizona with Eversana.
So, Ms. Spark, if I may, page 3942 has a note from the doctor's office indicating that because of this last minute information, Eversana would fill and ship that prescription, but future prescriptions would need to be filled at the dispensing or administering pharmacy Safeway going forward.
Mr. Jacobson, when you said Safeway administer medications, so What's the definition of administer? Like they inject medications for the
Yes, sir, Mr.
patients?
Al-Nassif, and I'll let Safeway speak to that a little bit, but they do administer medications.
Okay, so yeah, can you just talk about this? I mean, so you do administer medication in addition to vaccines, right? Like not vaccines.
Yeah, Abilify.
Okay, I don't know.
Well,
If, yeah,
But in,
I'm not aware of. Okay.
but in this instance, we did not administer.
Yeah, you didn't administer because it wasn't your
It was
product. Okay.
It was decided that, you know, to ensure continuity of care, that the product was released to the patient.
Okay.
You know, given we were already in this timeline, you know, where the patient needed this critical medication.
Yeah.
To help us understand the contractual relationship between Eversana and Safeway Arizona. So Safeway Arizona does not allow this process, yet there's marketing to providers, patients, that this relationship exists.
As I understand it, the website, the manufacturer's website, does list us as being able to administer Abilify, including in our stores here in Arizona. The difference here, the nuance on this one is that, as was stated, Eversana manages the Abilify Patient Assistance Program patients. We would do non-patient assistance program patients.
Got it.
So
Thank
a
you.
regular patient.
So the marketing is from the manufacturers of the long-acting antipsychotic.
Yeah.
Correct. And it doesn't carve out the patient assistance versus non-patient assistance.
Thank you.
So I believe like both companies, they're trying to help assist the patient, and it just, of course, there's a lack of communication, wasn't communicated like fully between two firms. I'm sure now they're aware of.
I think timing played into it too, as well.
Yeah,
it sounded
and the
like.
pressure to help the patients and to do all of this, what's happened. So I can move to dismiss.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for being here, gentlemen. All right, moving on to tab 25. We are at 25A. This is a special request for Goodell Laboratories, and we have Ms. Mitchell presenting.
Mr. Chair, if it's all right, I'll explain the situation
Sure.
here. At a board meeting not too long ago in the past, made a determination on Goodell for me to have a discussion with them and come up with an agreement. And I did have a discussion with them, and they explained their business model. It was a little confusing when they explained it to you guys. But their business model is they are a contract manufacturer for a manufacturer. But the manufacturer dictates everything. So even though Goodell is making the product, it's the manufacturer then picks it up at the dock, and then the manufacturer determines where it's shipped from there, where that truck goes. The only information Goodell has is we released that product to the manufacturer that we partnered with. So they have no involvement in where that product ends up after it leaves their dock. So my ask of the board is to reconsider their motion to have me negotiate a civil penalty of some sort and to dismiss the matter against Goodell.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Board members?
Makes sense to me. So moved.
All right, we've got a first.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that. Moving on to tab 25B. This is special request for a request for termination of probation for Harriet Reed, pharmacist, from board case 24-0168. We have Ms. Brown for the board. And if we could have the respondents please introduce themselves for the record, please.
Hello, Harriet Reed.
Ryan Grease, Papa Program Director.
Jim Corrington, licensed clinical social worker, weekly program coordinator and facilitator.
Thank you. Welcome. Ms. Brown, would you like to share a summary, please?
Certainly. Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Harriet Reed was issued an Arizona pharmacist license on September 30th, 2025. Her license expires on October 31st, 2026. It is currently open and on probation. Ms. Reed's matter with the board initially occurred under her pharmacist intern license. Ms. Reed entered into a consent agreement for suspension of license and probation with monitoring in October 2024. The consent agreement was predicated by a notification from Department of Public Safety indicating that Ms. Reed's fingerprint clearance card was suspended as she was arrested and/or fingerprinted for misdemeanor criminal trespassing on or about March 9th, 2024. Ms. Reed failed to report the charges, and a complaint was opened against her intern license. In response to the complaint, Ms. Reed stated that she did not recall the arrest as she was under the influence of alcohol. An interim order was subsequently issued, and Ms. Reed underwent a substance use evaluation by a board-approved evaluator. On October 25th, 2024, Ms. Reed and the board entered into the 2024 consent agreement, which aligned with the evaluator's recommendations. Pursuant to that agreement, Ms. Reed's license was suspended for a minimum period of 90 days and then subject to a period of probation to include monitoring and rehabilitation. During the February 2025 board meeting, the board considered Ms. Reed's request for termination of the suspension of her license. The board voted to offer her a first amended consent agreement to lift the suspension and place her license on probation for a period of 1 year and 6 months. The agreement was executed on February 27th, 2025. During the June 2025 board meeting, the board considered Ms. Reed's application for a pharmacist license. The board voted to approve the license, and the discipline imposed upon her intern license carried over to the pharmacist license by way of a second amended consent agreement, which is executed on September 29th, 2025. The agreement placed Ms. Reed's pharmacist license on probation for a minimum period of 1 year. In addition to standard terms, Ms. Reed's consent agreement required her to maintain compliance with her PAPA contract for a minimum period of 1 year, continue to see her therapist and ensure quarterly reports are submitted to the board, and completely abstain from alcohol and other substances, including the use of cannabis. On June 30th, 2026, Ms. Reed contacted board staff to request termination of her probation. Staff received letters of support from PAPA, which are included in the board's files. The quarterly reports from Ms. Reed's therapist are also included for review and consideration. Ms. Reed is in compliance with the terms of her consent agreement, and there are no concerns from staff. This matter is before the board for discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Ms. Reed's request for termination of her probation. If the board wishes to grant her request, the board may also wish to consider the timing of an order to lift the probation when making a motion, as Ms. Reed's term of probation would be fulfilled on September 29th, 2026 under her current consent agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Reed, would you like to make a comment or a statement before we move into questions?
Yeah, just thank you for allowing me to appear before you today. So currently, as stated, so participant of the PAPA's program, and just kind of grateful of having the opportunity to continue to practice as in the pharmacy field in general, because I was licensed as a technician and then intern prior. So, but having gone through this journey and this whole experience, it's just opened my eyes on how delicate this whole proceeding can be, and I'm grateful that that I did go through this. It did change me, so just having a different outlook on pharmacy in general, but on life as well.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Dr. Greaves, Mr. Corrington, you have some statements for us?
Thanks. Similar to our letter, we are fully supportive. She's maintained compliance with all of her PAPA monitoring requirements and has done a good job over the last 2 years.
Ditto, Mr. President and board members, very supportive of Harriet 100%. I see her every single week, and she's very compliant, great attitude, and very cooperative and follows suggestions all the time. And so we fully support her.
Thank you. Board members, the floor is now open for questions, discussion, or motion.
Given the fact that she is in compliance and has recommendations from Papa, I would be in favor of allowing the removal of the probation. Although, is there a way that we can make it not effective until the 1-year date? Pending the continued compliance, which I don't expect is a problem.
We can do that.
I second.
All right, we've got a first and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Reed.
Good luck to you.
Moving on to 25C in the board book. This is a special request for termination of probation for pharmacy technician Jolene Chavez. Board case 25-0251. Is Ms. Chavez either on the line or in the boardroom?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you please introduce yourself for the board?
Yes, my name is Jolene Chavez.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Ms. Brown, would you like to share a summary, please?
Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Jolene Chavez was issued an Arizona Pharmacy Technician license on October 25th, 2012. Her license expires on October 31st, 2026. It is currently open and on probation. On or about May 9th, 2025, Ms. Chavez and representatives of Flagstaff Medical Center separately notified the board that Ms. Chavez had been terminated on May 7th, 2025 for testing positive for alcohol while reporting for her shift. According to the hospital's investigation, on May 7th, 2025, Ms. Chavez reported for her shift displaying signs of impairment that included a noticeable odor of alcohol, mild confusion, and decreased comprehension. She was immediately removed from duty and was required to undergo for-cause drug and alcohol screening. The results of the tests were positive for alcohol. Ms. Chavez admitted to drinking alcohol the night before, but asserted that she did not feel impaired at work. In May of 2025, the board and Ms. Chavez entered into an interim consent agreement that resulted in the suspension of her license for a period of 6 months and required her to undergo a substance use evaluation with a fitness for duty component. Ms. Chavez timely underwent the evaluation with a board-approved provider. The matter was considered by the board at its August 2025 meeting. At the conclusion of its consideration of the matter, the board voted to offer Ms. Chavez a consent agreement and order to align with the evaluator's recommendations. The consent agreement was executed on December 15th, 2025, and placed Ms. Chavez's license on probation for a minimum period of 6 months. In addition to standard terms, the consent agreement required Ms. Chavez to enter into a contract with a board-approved monitoring program, engage in individual therapy, and ensure that the therapist submits quarterly reports to the board, and completely abstain from the use of alcohol during the period of probation. On July 1st, 2026, Ms. Chavez contacted board staff and requested to appear before the board to request termination of her probation. Staff received endorsement letters from the monitor as well as her therapist, which are included in the board's files. Also included for review and consideration are Ms. Chavez's quarterly reports. Ms. Chavez is in compliance with the terms of her consent agreement, and there are no concerns from staff. This matter is before the board for discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Ms. Chavez's request for termination of her probation.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Chavez, would you like to make a statement before we move into questions?
Thank you guys for hearing my case. I greatly appreciate it. I am extremely remorseful for my actions that led up to my termination. I am also very grateful for the opportunity to receive much needed therapy and grow as an individual and as a tech. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Board members, the floor is open for discussion, questions, or a possible motion.
Given the fact that she's in compliance, I would move that we remove the probation.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Moving on to tab 25B. This is special request for termination of probation for pharmacist Karen Jane Rennie. Is Ms. Rennie in the room? Wonderful. Ms. Rennie, could you please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, I'm Karen Rennie.
And Dr. Grease?
Ryan Grease, PAPA Program Director.
Welcome. Ms. Brown, would you like to share a summary, please?
Certainly, Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Karen Rennie was issued an Arizona pharmacist license on August 5th, 2014. Her license expires on October 31st, 2026. It is currently open and on probation. On June 12th, 2025, the board office received a notification from Valleywise Health indicating that Ms. Rennie was hospitalized on or about April 25th, 2025 for an involuntary evaluation. The information provided by Ms. Rennie related to this incident demonstrated that she may have a health condition that interferes with her ability to safely practice pharmacy. On July 3rd, 2025, Ms. Rennie entered into an interim consent agreement for suspension of license, psychological evaluation, and fitness for duty evaluation. The board considered and approved the agreement during the August 2025 board meeting, and it was executed on August 26, 2025. Ms. Rennie complied with the agreement and underwent an evaluation on September 12, 2025. The board considered the results of Ms. Rennie's evaluation during the October 2025 board meeting and voted to lift the suspension of her license and offer her a consent agreement for probation and monitoring to align with the evaluator's recommendations. The consent agreement was executed on December 31st, 2025, and placed Ms. Rennie's license on probation for a minimum period of 6 months. In addition to standard terms, the agreement required Ms. Rennie to continue engagement with treating physicians, comply with all treatment recommendations, and ensure quarterly reports are submitted to the board, engage in individual therapy, and ensure quarterly reports are submitted to the board, undergo a reevaluation prior to the termination of probation, enter into a monitoring contract, and abstain from using alcohol or other mind or mood altering substances unless they are properly prescribed by a medical professional. Ms. Rennie contacted board staff on May 6, 2026 and requested to appear before the board to request termination of her probation. Staff advised Ms. Rennie that a reevaluation would need to be completed prior to the board's consideration of her request. Ms. Rennie complied with the reevaluation requirement and underwent an evaluation on May 19, 2026. The results were received on June 2, 2026, followed by an addendum to the report on June 9, 2026, which are included in the board's files for review and consideration. Staff received a letter of endorsement from PAPA, which is included in the board's files. Ms. Rennie's quarterly reports are also included for review and consideration. Ms. Rennie is in compliance with the terms of her agreement. This matter is before the board for discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the results of Ms. Rennie's reevaluation and her request for termination of her probation.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Rennie, would you like to make a statement before we move into questions?
Okay. I have complied with all of the aspects of my probation. I'm feeling very good, and I thank you for letting me be here today.
Thank you, Ms. Rennie. Dr. Grease?
I have nothing more significant than what was in the note. She's complied with everything that was asked from a monitoring firm, drug screens with PAPA.
Thank you. Board members, the floor is now open for discussion, questions. Ms. Rennie, have you been working since you've been on probation? You're
I took some time to focus on my mental and physical well-being. I did get a job about a month ago that I have been working full-time at. And it is not a pharmacy job, but I do want the option to be able to return to pharmacy. And so that's what's going on with me.
Thank you, Ms. Rennie.
She's in compliance and we got endorsement from PAPA. So I would like to move to approve her, remove her probation.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for being here, Ms. Rennie. Thank you,
Thank you.
Dr. Greaves. Moving on to tab 27A, this is our Executive Director Report. Turn the floor over to Cam. Dr. Gandhi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 27A, discussion possible action, consideration possible action on dismissals. Dismissals from last board meeting to now, we addressed 44 complaints. The top 3 complaints that were dismissed were due to allegations were investigated but not substantiated. The other 2 include professional judgment by pharmacists and then customer service related matters. So those were the top 3 that were dismissed. Next on the agenda is task force meeting participants. As you know, we're in a new fiscal year or new calendar year, and typically we kind of readjust our task force members. I provided a list of members to you in your packet here. There is one that's already being removed because he's moved out of the state, Mr. Matt Pond. Is no longer going to be participating, but not sure if you're wanting to keep the same task force members or realign or what you'd like to do. So for your discussion.
As a long-term member of the task force, I think we've got good folks here. We do have hospital representation in Bina and Jeff. So I feel like we've got like a pretty broad group of folks here too. I would be okay with adding somebody, but I think what we have is also good.
Any recommendations? Do we, Ms. Walmsley, you've been on this task force. Do you recommend? Well, yeah, I guess if Mr. Pond has left the state, do we want 13? Is it meaningful to have 13? Is it?
I mean,
We can have as many as you'd like.
Oh, okay.
So 13 is not a magic number.
Okay.
It is a lucky number for some, but
but we have added folks in the past when we had like a special subject matter expertise.
that is correct.
I believe like having, I don't know if this is possible, like a wholesaler rep or mail order, like we have community hospital compounding. But there is some areas like mail order pharmacies which is not community.
But we do have
or-
people that I would say are still experts in that space. Miss Snare worked for a mail order for a long time. She doesn't work for a mail order anymore, but she has that expertise.
Yep.
Miss Howe worked for a large.
I'm talking about active now, so they can be a rep for this field, like a wholesaler. I mean, that's my opinion. It's so we can
You bring up a good point about wholesalers and or manufacturers. I mean,
Yeah.
we govern them and we don't have any sort of representation from that sort of pharmacy practice.
It's true. We haven't really addressed rules in those spaces generally speaking, though.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have people that would engage in a discussion versus if they have no idea of what happens in that space and just kind of just sucks up our oxygen. I guess that's not who I would typically be looking for either. I think if that subject matter came up, we would definitely tap somebody on the shoulder to have them present themselves and voice their thoughts.
My recommendation is we leave it as is, and then just continue to bring in people based on need.
Sure. Dr. Gandhi, do we need a motion for that?
No, I don't think so, do we?
The consensus is that the constitution of the task force will remain the same.
Yep.
or but it's still open if somebody like from manufacturer or different areas that, so we still can like reach out to Dr. Gandhi if they want to join the group.
If you want to delegate to me to add,
Yeah, I
delete,
believe-
as needed, you're more than welcome to do so.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Do you want a motion for that?
I'd take a motion on that one.
All right, motion to delegate membership of this
Well-
task force to Dr. Gandhi.
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Gandhi.
Thank you. Next on my agenda is we've had some robust discussion around the attached rules package that's in your book. So my ask right now is to get your permission to get the governor's permission to move forward with this rules package, open a docket and do all the trimmings around this rules package to move it forward.
Board members, any questions or is there a motion?
I would make a motion to allow Dr. Gandhi to move the rules package forward and request approval from the governor's office.
Thank you, Ms. Walmsley. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
I recuse myself as being vice chair of GERC.
Thank you, Mr. Thorwald. Motion carries.
Next in your rules package is a stamped version from the Arizona Department of, Secretary of State regarding the compounding rules. It did go through GERC without any questions. This was a long process, a lot of time and effort and sweat and tears and black eyes, I think. But it did finally go through. It will be effective on September 5th, so next month. And so just wanted to inform you guys of the progress.
Thank you. Wonderful news.
Next in our packet is also another stamped from the Arizona Department of Secretary of State stamped version of the transfer rules. There was an immediate effective date on that, so upon the approval from GERC, it had become effective. And this essentially lines up. We had a resident, non-resident component also in our statutes. It kind of eliminated it. I didn't see having that redundancy of transfer is a transfer, whether it's within the state or out of the state or whatever. But we did need to come in line with federal law, and that's what this essentially did. So it is in effect today.
Very good. Thank you.
Dr. Gandhi, I've had quite a bit of outreach from Arizona pharmacists with questions about these two rulemaking packages, and if I could make a suggestion for some sort of education to our licensees, that would be appreciated.
We will work on that. Thank you. Next on the agenda, Mr. Chair and board members, we've had a number of individuals appear before you asking to waive certain requirements for pharmacist licensure, primarily like the TOEFL exam or the FPGEC process. And statutorily right now, obviously, there's no authority for the board to waive it. So we're kind of just having them waste their time appearing, having us listening to the story and giving the same outcome. What is your position on that? Do you want to see these, or should we just kind of stop them at the gate and say, hey, there's not much the board can do other than you having to go through that process?
I believe our rules is very clear there, right? It's not under our authority to waive the requirement. So really having them here, it's gonna put them in a bad position. Just, I mean, for something granted, not possible. I mean, I'd rather not to bring him before the board, but for the intern, it's different because intern, it's policy, right? It's not a rule, so we can waive some requirements for interns.
Not a policy. It's in the rule that
It's in the rules, but they allow us. So
Yes.
yeah, they can grant them the intern. So I'm okay with the intern come here for internship, but not for pharmacist. I mean, unless we change our rules.
I mean, my personal opinion is if we can't do anything with it, it's a waste of everybody's time. And
Absolutely.
I would hate for somebody to also get legal costs and all those kinds of things if they decide to bring an attorney with them and it's not even a possibility for us. I don't think that that's fair to them either.
Agree. I think it gives them hope that there's a pathway when they get on the agenda.
Yeah.
And I agree with stopping them at the gate.
Correct. Yeah. Unless if we need to change the rules, that's a different story. I mean,
Well, we'd have to run a bill.
Yeah, that's going to be a different story.
I can share with you that Mr. Nassif and I had the privilege of talking to NABP and a
Yeah.
task force about the FPGEC. There is more flexibility that's coming, or it's already in
Yeah.
place for these individuals to go down that path and get get the FPG certificate to then, sit for exams. So that was talked about in good conversation, healthy conversation.
Yeah.
So hopefully that will alleviate any requests that come our way. But I think the consensus is if there's a request, we'll respectfully decline that request. And so we don't have to have them appear. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah.
Next on my discussion is we obviously have a deviation process, and there are certain deviations that I think you guys want to hear about the progress and stuff. And there are certain deviations doesn't make sense for them to come back. I mean, structural changes is hard to modify every 2 years or something. I don't think we're going to put those before you, but which ones would you like to see and which ones would you not like to see?
I'd like to start because I have no experience. So there's two deviation. I don't think it needs to bring him every time. Structure, like it has to be like endless because they got approved. And the other one for control medications, some companies they request deviate from May 1st. I believe that can be approved by our staff or like by executive director. Those two areas, because really like if I will hear from the staff if they're okay with it, I'll be me personally, I'll be okay. You know what I mean? It's a business decision and upon agreement with our board staff. So I don't think there is reason to me personally to hear. And those are the two big things, like, size of pharmacy or like bathroom or restroom, like distance, structure, and the control medications annual audit.
I feel like too, even from the renewal side of things, if the compliance officers are out in the pharmacies and they are regularly observing what's happening in practice, if they don't have concerns, that's usually our question. Compliance officers, are you satisfied with this process and do you feel like do you have any concerns? And if the answer is no, then we generally approve it. So unless they have a concern, I don't know that we need to re-see the same thing over and over and over again. If it's something that's truly new that we want to take a look at, I think that that's a valuable conversation. But if the answer is no, they're not concerned, then why are we going to make the applicant wait? Why are we going to have them potentially have to find coverage for a pharmacy or something like that to come back before us, where we're going to ask that question of the compliance officer, not even probably even hear from the pharmacy?
And there is one more thing. I don't know if this is doable, but I have my experience on this. Sometimes, like you lose a pick or pharmacy in charge, it's hard to find a replacement. It's not easy to find replacement. I don't know, like if the board can approve like a week or two or like time, like to be without a pick.
Yeah, that's not a deviation. That is probably a discussion for another. We are flexible in that respect as long as there's a communication between the two parties, right? But going back to the deviation request, if it's a brand new deviation request,
bring it,
unfortunately, they have to come back before you. It's the ones that need to like come back every 2 years. If it's a change of ownership, should we have those change of ownership people come and or can we allow them to transfer it to the new owners? Because the owners changed, but the business model necessarily hasn't changed, right?
As long as there's not a change in process, I would be fine with not seeing them, especially if we're talking about like square footage, which hopefully we're getting rid of, like the space, the length of distance to the bathroom, the inventory dates, like all of that stuff is administrative. And like, what are we going to do? Not approve it? They bought a building and the bathroom is still where the bathroom is.
Speaking of the inventory date, we do have an internal policy. Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, but if it's within plus or minus a week or something, we are managing that internally. But when it gets, let's say I want to delay it by 2-3 months, what's the justification? Because it kind of screws up our audit process as well. And those I think may need to come to you guys because they're asking for some time that's pretty far away from our set limit.
So you still like to bring him to for the board for this?
If it's a big gap between our window, yes.
So just to be clear, I think May 1st falls on a Saturday or Sunday. So there's no expectation that pharmacy does it on May 1st. They could do it on April 30th or May 2nd without reaching out to the board.
They would tell us that they can't do it on that day, and we have internally approved that, and that's how our policy is. But if they want to delay it by a month or 2 months or 6 months, whatever, that time period is. When it gets out of our window, I think our window is plus or minus a week. But anything outside of that, we kind of bring it before you guys.
Yeah, because some firms they do inventory, like full inventory on November. That's the fiscal year for them. Other company, August is all over the place, right? So they, when you have those requests.
Yeah. So we will continue that process for that. You haven't seen too many deviations in that category, but, all right. Anything else, Jen, that I missed on that one?
I don't think so. Truman, is there anything else that you can think of in this area?
A lot of new instances where modernization or experimentation for technological advances have been coming across our desk in terms of perhaps the use of AI technology in certain processes and dispensing workflows in pharmacies in particular. With it kind of being cutting edge, it remains a little unclear if we're going to start seeing potential deviation requests from permit holders or pharmacies, or perhaps work them internally through the agency to determine if some of those technologies can be used safely without the need for the board to review. So just maybe open for discussion today.
That's a great. It will be great discussion. I mean, me personally, I like to hear for those things.
Me
Just
too.
to verify safety and at least to be aware of what's going on in our community.
I think that ties into Mr. Thorwald's ask in the past about robotics and AI and all
Yeah.
that stuff. So we will agendize that in the future.
Yeah.
As we kind of wrap our heads around it as well. We'd like to speak intelligently about it rather than just throw it on for discussion and not have a clue on what we're saying. So we will throw that on there in a future agenda.
I agree. And especially those like kind of new technology and AI, it's just when we bring people, not just only for evaluation, also for us to understand, maybe we need to change some rules, right? Because they prove safety. So thank you, Dr. Gandhi.
I'd like to throw something out. Well, now that you've mentioned AI, of course, I never have any comments on that, but the use of AI with regard to rule writing, considering that, and the use of AI by board members, as long as it is considered confidential, it may help evaluate cases better. Just some passing thoughts.
Well, we'll put that under future agenda items discussion, but noted.
I said that.
All right. Any other questions, thoughts on that one? Okay. Next on the agenda is medical devices. As you know, we continue to be challenged with individuals, companies doing business in Arizona without a permit. I've had discussions with numerous entities about creating educational information on getting these folks aware that they need a permit in Arizona. And there are several states that have similar challenges too, but everywhere I talk to, they want to help. They have limitations in their software as well. I think the only entity that could really help are the individuals that issue business licenses, because maybe they could have a checkbox that you validate. And trust me, we've had discussions with them as well. So we're doing the best we can in that category about creating awareness and educating and trying to create some, maybe, I don't want to say roadblocks, but some stop gaps that trigger these people to think about other licenses or permits they may need in the state before operating.
Where is the Corporation Commission on that?
With the current system they have, they can't put those stopgaps in place. But my understanding when I had spoken to them, and this has been a little while, so I probably need to circle back, is they're working on a new database that maybe had opportunity for stopgaps like that. Right. The next is I'd like to talk about Senate Bill 1713. This is the test and treat bill that was signed and will be effective September 12th, I believe. It gives the responsibility to our board to appoint 2 pharmacists to the advisory committee to draft a protocol around test and treat. The other agencies have also been tasked, have reached out to the medical board. Medical board already has assigned somebody. Osteo is in a process of assigning somebody. I already tapped the governor's office on the shoulder to appoint some member, like a public member kind of position. So they're working on that. But our task is to appoint 2 pharmacists. And in your packet are 2 resumes for consideration.
Dr. Gandhi, I think both of these individuals are qualified to serve. And if you need a motion, I would make a motion to approve the 2 candidates listed in the packet.
I would like a motion,
And
yes.
I'd second.
Okay, we've got a first and a second to approve the 2 candidates in the packet to be appointed, the 2 licensed pharmacists for this required for the Senate Bill 1713. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Oh, congratulations, or I'm sorry for you too, but
Are they here?
next on the agenda is discussion, consideration, possible action about pharmacy residents license timely. We've been sort of challenged on this one where individuals from out of state come here and they don't have an intern license or a pharmacist license. And some of them drag their feet in going through that process. And next week they start their residency program and they just applied yesterday kind of situation, thinking that they're going to get their license within that little window. There are 53, 57 resident positions available in the state of Arizona. I did have a discussion with ASHP. This is not just an Arizona issue. It is a nationwide issue about individuals getting licensed timely. There's a letter in your packet that I would like for you to consider, hopefully approve, to send to these administrators of these programs in a different healthcare space. In essence, it basically says upon the acceptance of a residency program by the candidate, that they will also provide proof that they've applied to the appropriate board, which is our board, for licensure. I think a lot of these decisions come out in March, April time period, and then they start June, July time period. That's a lot of time. So they have 2-3 months, maybe 4 months to apply, but they apply a week before their start date, which then puts pressure on us because we're getting calls not only from the applicant, but the individual program managers and saying, hey, they're in a position where they may lose their residency if they don't get licensed timely. So we obviously don't want anyone to fail either. So we have made some concessions on our end to assist, but that's not necessarily fair to folks that are timely applying either. So please review that if you haven't, and I would like your approval to send that out.
Yeah, I read it and it will be very helpful for programs.
I agree. And I remember Ms. Bowles sharing maybe a year or so ago about the language on the website that may say, wait to apply until you've passed your exams. Is that language still there? Because I think that's some of the barriers because they haven't passed their exams. So they're not applying for Arizona licensure because obviously it's March, they haven't graduated yet.
And that language applies to pharmacists. Some of these are applying for interns as well, right? And it is a lot easier pathway if they applied for intern license while they're in school because they have proof they're in school. When they graduate out of school, it's a different set of requirements. And some may even need an approval by you guys and becomes complicated after they graduate. So go ahead.
To your point, most of them are going to find out well before their graduation date that they've been accepted into a residency program. The exception might be somebody that graduates like in December.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just wanted to clarify that information is on the pharmacist application for full exam or score transfer. Um, that's for somebody who has passed their exams. For to be eligible for an intern license, if you have already graduated from school, you have to have an application submitted for licensure. So we're kind of like in this weird holding pattern where they can't be eligible to get an intern license until they apply for the pharmacist license that they're not ready to have yet because they haven't tested. So I believe that the board voted last June to update those eligibility rules for the interns, and you may wish to revisit that.
So I guess just for clarity, Dr. Gandhi, so the letter here, so for those applicants that already hold Arizona intern licenses, the process still should be the same. And they should not apply for a pharmacist license when they match in March, or should they?
Well, they would already have an intern license. Is that what you're?
They already have an intern license, so they can practice as a resident, as an intern, right? But what bogs us down is a lot of these folks apply for pharmacists and then they drag their feet, and then we have applications that we constantly are monitoring. But if they have applied or passed the exams, as soon as we open up their license, we can pretty much grant it right there if they've met the exam requirements. So then we don't have this track and trace by board staff throughout the whole process. We're not tracking hundreds of them versus just a handful of them.
I would just encourage here on your letter, Dr. Gandhi, on number 2, pharmacist license. A candidate who has graduated and intends to promptly take the pharmacist license examination should apply for an Arizona pharmacist license and submit all required supporting documentation. Is that, again, should that be done early when they match, or should that be after they graduate and have taken their exams?
We prefer to have them graduated and passed the exams. So I may need to reword that a little bit. I
think-
appreciate you pointing that out.
But if they're coming from an out-of-state pharmacy school and they're not going to have an intern license, they need to apply for an
They should
intern
apply
license
for it.
before they graduate.
Yes, exactly.
Can the database be set so that you don't have to track it? It will notify you when all of their information that they need to do and all the qualifications they need to have been submitted. And so you're not going back with staff to look at that until such time that the software allows you to, or notifies you of that.
If we had a database that served all our purposes, Mr. Thorwald, I'd be in heaven right now. It is a challenge when we ask our current vendor to fix something, 2 or 3 other things break. So it's difficult to work with the current vendor we have. We are looking to upgrade our database, but it's a fund issue and we will be submitting a fund issue to the legislators.
The second part of my question, and I can't remember, unfortunately, when we start the timing for how long it takes to process an application. Does that start once everything but a thing has been submitted, or when the application is submitted?
When the application is submitted is when the clock starts ticking.
It seems like to get a realistic picture that should start not until all documentation has been submitted, again, a software issue. Because it can throw in a completely different picture. Somebody might take a year to get you the material, when in fact it only takes you a month to process.
Yes.
It really can skew the
QR numbers, yes, and it does. And that involves Title 41. Some of it is in our section as well. So it would require a lot of modification. And this time frame just doesn't include our agency. It's across the board to other agencies. So it's a global issue.
Again, going back to something for a future agenda, that may be able to be solved using current AI that can analyze all those things.
So I will take a look at that, Mr. Anderson, at one line. And then as far as the rest of the content goes, are you guys comfortable?
Yes.
For the record, I just want to disclose that my employer has a residency program that's listed on here. It won't predispose my decision. I think it's a general discussion, but I just want to disclose it for the record.
Yep. Mine too.
We all have those.
May I get a motion to uh, approve that letter with the slight modification of language to align with what's on our website?
I move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, next on your agenda is the influenza protocol and standing order update. You'll see several documents. I just added a updated document yesterday because we just got word that the final approved signed document is in play now. I did send it out to the leaders in the for the chains yesterday as well, so that they can get that communication out to their stores, and then they can start appropriately immunizing individuals that need the flu vaccine. DHS has also posted it on their website, so everything is official. I do want to thank my compliance officers, Logan and Ram, for diligently working hard on helping DHS put this together. There was a lot of effort behind the scenes, and you'll see it in your packet. Any questions? There's one also footnote. I think maybe there's a footnote in a memo in there. The COVID vaccine is still not approved by the FDA. So I know the protocol and standing order is ready. You may need slight tweaks depending on what comes out from the FDA. But it is pretty much ready to go. So we're just waiting for the FDA to approve the latest version. Next on the agenda is, I think maybe a couple of weeks, 2 weeks ago, was it, that there was an executive order signed federally by President Trump on vaccinations, and it essentially basically said that you cannot give multiple vaccines on one visit. You have to have one vaccine and then set up another appointment to have another vaccine, and so forth. And I think MMR was exclusively called out in that discussion. So I just wanted to throw that in there for a discussion with the board on. I don't know how to really address this. I know it's on DHS's radar as well, and they're kind of thinking about it and kind of perplexed by how to move forward with this. But any comments?
I definitely think it's complicated, especially since ACIP is not meeting. So
I think one of the strains is, and I was given this thought, is we already have a hard time, patients have a hard time getting in to see their doctors. And now you're going to space out these vaccinations, not in one visit, but multiple visits. And that's going to further strain the healthcare system, which is already strained today. Mr. Chair, I think that's all I have on my list of discussions. Any questions, comments?
Hearing none. Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. And I did get a request for a 5-minute break, so we'll come back in 5 minutes.
Okay, how are you doing? I'm doing good, buddy. Good. That's my report, my friend.
All right, welcome back. We will resume with the agenda item 27B. This is our Deputy Director report. Dr. Gyanavong is here to present.
Good afternoon, board members. Jennifer Gelnavong, Deputy Director. I'm here to report on the 3 metrics that we look at each meeting, and all of the data is through July of this year. So starting off with public records requests, through July of this year, we've had 141 of those. July has been our busiest month to date with those public records requests. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next slide has to do with the contact feature on the website. As of the end of July, we've received 647 questions. And again, that is, I always like to emphasize that that is just through the contact feature on the website. That does not include emails that staff receives, questions that come through as phone calls, questions received in the field, and so forth. This is just through the website. These all get triaged to staff and staff respond to them. And final slide, please. So again, through July of this year, we have received 487 complaints, and these complaints are dealt with by various areas of the office. You've seen many of those individuals in front of you today. That includes our compliance team, Ms. Mitchell, Ms. Brown, the CSPMP. We have a lot of team members who spend a considerable amount of time investigating these complaints, so you can review them and make a decision. So that is all I have right now. Are there any questions? Okay,
Hearing none.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda is Chief Compliance Officer report.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Truman Leong, Chief Compliance Officer, here to report on activities of our compliance staff. The first slide should be inspections, and the compliance officers have been pretty consistent in the month of June and July. 91 total routine inspections in June and 93 total inspections in July, for a total of 638 inspections for the year. Next slide, please. Number of violations issued in June and July, total of 4 violations issued in June and 5 in July, total of 45 for the year. Next slide, please. This slide indicates the number of permits that were visited without a full routine inspection, or number of training metrics or activities performed by a compliance officer, or training seminars attended for learning pieces. Most of the chunks here are for training. We have a couple new compliance officers in the field and some crossover shadowing currently. Next slide, please. This slide is number of complaint investigations performed, courtesy phone calls, and total number of permit reviews completed by compliance staff. Compliance staff initiated 52 complaint investigations in June and 43 complaint investigations in July. Answered a total of 90 phone calls in June and 73 in July, and completed 30 total permit reviews in June and 36 total in July. And that's it for the metrics. Were there any questions from the board?
Hearing none, please continue.
Thank you. Next bit of information to announce for the board is a staffing update. We had a vacancy for a backfill for a compliance officer position, and we're proud to announce that we have selected a candidate and hired Miss Logan McDermott, and her start date was July 6, 2026. Her territories are included in the board packet and also available at the Board of Pharmacy's website. If it's okay with the board, she'd like to come up and introduce herself and say a few words.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the time to introduce myself. My name is Logan. I'm the new compliance officer, and I'm very grateful to have this opportunity and to step into this role with the team and learn from this amazing group of people. My experience, I've been in pharmacy since I was 18, primarily in community pharmacy. Have some residency training. First year was in community pharmacy, a large chain, working to expand clinical services in that space and policy development. And then my second year was focused in a large health system, focused in medication safety, informatics, and policy development. I'm excited to learn from this team and support the board's mission, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome, and we're excited to have you as well.
All right, moving on to tab 27D, and this is our licensing division manager report.
Thank you, board members. Hannah Bolts, Licensing Division Manager. All right, so our first slide here is the number of issued licenses, registrations, and permits. For the month of June, we had 519, and July we had 459. I did want to point out that we lost one of our licensing administrators in June, and we just recently lost another one on the 7th. So that could probably contribute to the lower numbers in July. Team is down to 4 licensing administrators, but they're working very diligently to process these applications in a timely manner. Next slide, please. All right, this is the number of closed licenses, registrations, and permits. As you can see, still pretty low numbers in June and July. Looks like we had a good amount of technician trainees expire both months, but mostly not too much to speak of for the other permits or license or registration types. We'll really start to see this number go up in after October when the licenses expire at October 31st. Next slide, please. All right, so this is the average number of calendar days for pending applications. So I took a snapshot on August 3rd. You can see that we have quite a large number of technician trainee applications and pharmacy technicians. Pharmacists were at 57, so I assume that most of those individuals submitted their application when they passed their exams. And we had some interns that applied as well. We have some interns that are going to be starting school this week and next week, so we'll probably see a large number of interns licensed next time. Next slide, please. This is the average number of in-progress days. The average number of calendar days for in-progress applications. As you can see, as always, the oldest applications are pharmacist applications for the reasons that we were discussing earlier. Pharmacists will apply before they've passed their exams, and they have 1 year from the date that they submitted their application to successfully pass their exams and complete the licensure process. Next slide, please. This is our phone activity. So when somebody calls the board office, they get our queue. They're able to pick from a number of different choices, and then when they pick their choice, they are routed to a team member on the licensing team. Doing a really great job answering those phone calls. You can see we had a large number of phone calls in July. Most of those are people calling about the status of their application. Just a friendly reminder that every licensing administrator that processes applications are the same people that answer the phone. So if somebody calls us to say, hey, what's the status of my application? All right, let me stop what I'm doing. I'm going to look you up, tell you the status. So we really encourage individuals to check the status of their application online. If you see something weird going on with the status of your application, absolutely, give us a call. Feel free to email us. But if we can remind people to applications that are pending, they're pending because we haven't processed them yet. So that's what pending means. Next slide, please. This is a newer slide we introduced last board meeting in June. These are the CE audits completed that the licensing administrators process. It used to be the compliance team that would process these CE audits. The licensing team has taken over that responsibility. You can see in July we had fewer number of audits. Again, because we lost one of our licensing administrators. Next slide, please. And finally, this is our slide showing how many technician trainees became licensed as a pharmacy technician. So really great to see. June was higher than May. We had 62 individuals become pharmacy technicians, and in July we had 53. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles. Board members, any questions for Ms. Bowles? Hearing none, thank you very much. Moving on to tab 27E, this is our CSPMP Director Report.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Doug Scavarla, CSPMP Director, and
Lynn Curtis, Marketing Specialist for the PMP.
And we're the bald guys.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's a good thing you have glasses on, otherwise I can't tell you guys apart.
As I said before, I'm a stunt dummy. So
I'm going to let Lynn do a little talking about the work that he's done since our last board meeting, and then I'll share a little bit about our compliance work group. So,
thanks, Doug. President Anderson, board members, it's so good to be before you again. I don't think it was that funny, right?
I think the comment is if Doug takes off his shirt, you guys can become the Blue Man Group.
Actually, that's true. That is funny. I'm here to report about a project that I do annually where I go to the teaching hospitals and I help prescribers get registered with the PMP. And it sounds pretty simple, and usually it is pretty simple, but this group has a little bit of a challenge, and let me sort of tell you about that. The PMP is set up by statute that only every user has to have their own account in order to access the information. The challenge we have with the residents and also fellows as well is that when they are in their residency, they use the entity's DEA number. So that's a problem for us. And that goes back to compliance. That way we know who is looking up and not looking up patients. So we have a workaround for that where they are given or are assigned by their entity a DEA suffix, which is usually their employee ID number. But these folks come in, you can imagine they've just finished years of school, they're doctors, they're ready to go, and they go into the PMP and they select physician. And that's where it all goes wrong. And that's where my job comes in. What we've had to do is we've had to create two special roles for residents and for fellows. The first one is a medical resident with prescriptive authority. And I would say 90% do not select that the first time out. The second one is fellows, because when they are in their fellowship and they're working at the hospital, that's the DEA number that they would use, of course. And so what I do, there's two really important things for this. Number one is to get them registered. And this usually starts in March, April, where I will reach out to the onboarding teams at these hospitals. I will share with them in your packet, you've got I've got a registration hints and tips page that we share with them. And then I offer to train the residents and fellows on the PMP itself. This year we had 3 entities who invited me to train, and they're all a little bit different. I want to kind of explain that a little bit. The first one is Banner, and that's the big one. And I don't have can I borrow your glasses? I can't see my numbers here. But I've got, I did 160, I had 2 live sessions, their start date, 160 participants in those 2 sessions. And then I got to be on my A game because they record the first session and they have that available for any additional residents and fellows that come after the fact. And that ended up being a little over 70 this year. So that's always a really good one. And then a couple of weeks after that, I did a training session for Dignity, and they had 43 residents there. That went very well. And then I also go up to St. Joseph Hospital for the Barrow Neurological Institute. And that one's a little bit different. It's a live event, and I've got a little booth. And what I do is I go in there and I help them get registered, work them through step by step by step. I don't train there because there is a Dr. Lindley there who is a chief medical officer that has a half-hour fire and brimstone presentation on using the PMP. So I've offered, if Dr. Thing doesn't work for him, come and work for us. So that's the easy part. Yeah, I get them registered and we're good to go on my side. What happens after that is what we have to do after that to vet and approve these registrations. And on page 2 of the packet, what you're going to see is I do that. I'll do those presentations in June, and typically we're going, as you can see, kind of 4, 3, 2, 1, and then we kind of hip up to 35. And then we did over 400, almost 500 in the month of June. And this is above other registrations that we have to vet as well. So it's a really busy, busy time. We check their, to make sure that they've got their, it's called a learning permit, not a medical license for them. Make sure that they've got their DEA suffix correct. Make sure they have their NPI number correct. It goes fairly well. Probably the biggest challenge we have with residents is that their license number sometimes is a little backed up on their boards, getting that posted. So I always preach to have patience in that type of stuff as well. So that's the one important piece of this project. But the other important piece, which is even much, much more important, is this gives me an opportunity to train and to get these young doctors using the PMP, understanding how important it is, understanding that it's a valuable tool for them right out of the gate. This is what you need to do. And all of them have integrated systems where, their EHR is connected to the PMP, which is fine. But after that residency, I also talk about some of the things that they can do with the PMP to help with their practice, to help safeguard their information, their DEA number, and that type of stuff as well. And then we have one more phase of this project that we do. Residents and fellows who have completed their residency and fellowship, what I do is I send an announcement out through our Aware web portal, letting them know that they've got probably a new employer. They've got a personal DEA number now, and they've got a new professional license number to do a change form that we have on our website, and we take care of that as well. And so up until the time that I put my report into the board book, we processed over 100 of those. So it's a busy time for us in that regard, but it's a great, great project. I always like doing it. I've been doing it for like 8 or 9 years now since I've started. Really a lot of great people and that type of stuff as well. Any comments or questions about the project? Thank you for your time.
Lynn, I just want to thank you. I think it's great that you're doing this outreach to new physicians and helping them get set up for success to begin with. So I thank you for the outreach and continue doing the great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that.
All right. So the other topic I wanted to hit on, and we've talked about this, extensively, but it's go time. And that is the House Bill 2434 was passed. It's repurposing what we used to call our CSPMP task force to a CSPMP work group. It's going to be a true interactive work group that is going to look at measuring compliance. And we do it already. Are we doing it the best way. I'm doing the best I can, and my team's doing the best we can. But you know what the bill says is that the representatives can be pharmacists, medical practitioners, and other licensed healthcare providers, representatives of professional societies and associations, representatives of professional licensing boards, and representatives of access. So as we put this work group together, I gave an outline of something that I think might work as a starting spot for you guys. And I'm kind of throwing out there a 7-member work group. Remember, I need a quorum. So, you know, when we find these members, they have to be committed. And I'm thinking maybe 2 members from licensing boards, one member from the pharmacy board, 2 from the prescriber licensing boards, 1 from access, one from AZPA, then maybe a practicing pharmacist or prescriber that isn't so wrapped up in an association, but kind of in the field working. But again, it's just what I'm proposing, and I'm now asking for your help to support this or tweak it, whatever you think's best.
Thank you very much. That's great. And I believe like one from medical board, right, rep, and one from nursing board, maybe.
You know, I in the most ideal world, yes.
Yeah.
But
You might find no one. Yeah.
what I can tell you is that I do a quarterly meeting with all the prescriber licensing boards, and not many come. Not many come. So I don't want to pigeonhole and say it should be this one and this one because I need them to show up.
Correct.
So broadly, when you say prescriber licensing boards, this is could be from the MDs, DOs,
Osteo, nursing,
MP,
medical,
PAs.
podiatry. You know,
Okay.
they all
PAs.
have prescribers.
Do you need a motion, Doug?
Yeah, I think it would be good to say how many members at least you like, and we can use this as our starting point.
Yeah.
And I'll reach out to these associations and these licensing boards and see who wants to be active with it. I guess one question before we do that would be to Dr. Gandhi, and do we need to do anything in rule, or can we just do it like this, or, you know?
I don't think the statute directs us to write rules around this, so we should be able to do it this way.
Okay.
And how often you expect to meet, like quarterly?
You know, I proposed a start of twice a year.
Twice a year.
We were at
Yeah.
once a year with our
The rulemaking,
but
yeah.
but we weren't really doing anything other than reporting out the work we were doing.
Yeah.
It's going to
That's
become interactive in a
biannually.
work group. If we need to go more than twice a year, we'll figure it
can,
out.
yeah.
So just throwing it out there, I see you have in here 1 member from the pharmacy licensing board, the chair. So when you put the parentheses there, chair, were you envisioning that the pharmacy board member would chair this work group, or is it
He's pretty.
You chair it.
Mr. President is pretty observant on that one.
That's usually what happens here, Jeff. Welcome to the club.
It's written into the statute that way,
Okay.
that the chair of the meeting would be the board president.
All right, thank you.
I like the proposal.
Can the board president assign someone else to represent him?
I think that's possible too.
I'll make a motion to approve Doug's plan for the task force.
A second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Scavone?
Thank you.
I think we're good. Nothing else.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move on to 28, I understand that council is available for 23C, which is agendized for tomorrow and is agreeable to do that today.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is agreeable from the request from Ms. Sullivan there, that if we can take this off of tomorrow's agenda and make it a little lighter, that would be appreciated.
Thank you. So this is tab number 23C, complaint number 26-0120, action on previous action. Subject is International Medical Industries. And
Mr. Chair, if you want me to just briefly explain, Ms. Sullivan, are you okay with that?
Please, thank you.
If I may, Dr. Gandhi, just before we start, just so the record is clear, it was scheduled for tomorrow, but it's not on the agenda for tomorrow. So I don't want there to be an open meeting law violation. We can proceed because it's on the agenda, but it's not on the agenda for tomorrow. Does that make sense?
Yep.
my
Yep, it does.
apologies. I used the wrong terminology.
All right.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, at a board meeting, the board voted to issue a non-disciplinary civil penalty of a large amount. After having a discussion back and forth, and this is all if board approves it, we agreed on a consent agreement, which is disciplinary in nature, to a smaller amount of about $29,000, which is different than your position at a couple of board meetings ago. So the ask would be to board to rescind that decision of the non-disciplinary civil penalty and accept the signed consent agreement for that amount, as it was already received and I think managed appropriately.
Ms. Sullivan is in agreement with that.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a first and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Yes, please. Mr. Lanevsky,
Yes.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley,
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Thank you, Dr. Gandy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms.
And if
Moore.
I may, that just that the permit would be granted upon the acceptance of the payment.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to tab 28. This is our education for board staff, delivered by our AAGs, Ms. Galvin and Ms. Franklin.
Good afternoon, members of the board. This month's training is going to be on open meeting law and executive sessions and a couple little odds and ends. So if you could go to the next slide, please. The open meeting law is driven by two core concepts. The first being that all meetings of any public body shall be public meetings and all persons so desiring shall be permitted to attend and listen to the deliberations and proceedings, and recommendations over the years for public bodies to be able to comply with that legislative mandate. Next slide, please. Open meeting law has three main purposes: to protect the public, public officials, and the relationship between them, to promote accountability of public officials, and to encourage knowledgeable public participation. The open meeting law applies to all public bodies, which includes boards, commissions, and other multi-member governing bodies, quasi-governmental corporations, quasi-judicial bodies, advisory committees, standing and special committees, and subcommittees of any of the above, and covers all legal action, which is any collective decision, commitment, or promise by the public body pursuant to the specified scope of appointment and the laws of this state. Next slide, please. Open meeting law has three basic requirements, those being notice of the meeting, which takes place through the agenda, which is the second. And third, the recording of what happens at the meeting, which is through the minutes. Next slide, please. The meeting starts at the time specified on the agenda, assuming that a quorum is present, and the meeting should not be started before the time listed on the agenda, even if it is at 8:29 a.m. Next slide, please. When a quorum is present, the chair calls the meeting to order. Using a much more updated example, I call the meeting of the Arizona Board of Pharmacy to order. Today is August 19th, 2026, and the time is 8:30 a.m. Next slide, please. Board members who cannot attend a meeting should notify staff in advance because if a quorum cannot participate, the meeting needs to be canceled or postponed. If a quorum is not present at the designated start time, then the chair or another member should announce that the board is waiting for a quorum. Ultimately, if there's no quorum, there is no meeting. Next slide, please. In maintaining order, each person should be recognized by the chair before speaking. Avoid side conversations and whispering to each other. Only one person should speak at a time. Do not interrupt another speaker or talk over each other. This ensures that the record is clear and that the voices are distinguishable on the record. Next slide, please. The public has the right to attend these meetings to take photographs and audio record or video record, but they may not be disruptive during the meeting. Do not permit members of the audience to shout out or speak out of turn. And you may optionally have a call to the public on the agenda to allow members of the audience to address the board in an orderly manner. And we usually have a call to the public for these meetings. Next slide, please. If any person is so disruptive that the board cannot conduct business, ask them to sit down. If they don't, give them a warning. If they continue to be disruptive, ask them to leave. And if it becomes necessary, contact the Capitol Police or the local police or direct staff to do so. Next slide, please. And if there is anticipation of possible disruption, so if you or a staff member has reason to believe that a licensee or another member of the public may be disruptive or possibly dangerous, you may contact the Capitol Police before the meeting to conduct a threat assessment, and if necessary, they or local law enforcement can be hired to be present at the meeting. Next slide, please. In proceeding with the agenda, the chair should announce each agenda item by name and number, not just saying next item, just to ensure that everyone's on the same page. And the chair may also take items out of order if necessary or appropriate. You don't need to vote on that. But if there is a timed item, you may not hear that item before the scheduled time. So if a hearing is set to begin at 9 a.m., it cannot start before 9 a.m. Next slide, please. The call to the public, it's not required, but if permitted, the board may establish a reasonable time limit for each speaker, as long as that time limit is applied consistently, and you may designate a member of staff to keep time. Each speaker must identify themselves before speaking, and the minutes must include the name of the speaker as given. This gives the public the opportunity to be heard on any matter within the board's jurisdiction. Next slide. That being said, in response to a comment from the public, the board can only ask staff to review the matter, ask that a matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by a person who addressed the board. But next slide. This exception should be used sparingly because if more than one or two board members are responding to criticism, it can amount to a discussion, which is not allowed. So try to keep comments in response to criticism brief and only to one or two board members before moving on. Next slide, please. And then this language is on the agenda. Action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter or to place the matter on a future agenda. So that just lets the public know that you won't be able to directly discuss or take action on their concerns. Next slide, please. An executive session is a gathering of a quorum from which the public is excluded. It is permitted only in certain circumstances. The ones you need to know are to receive legal advice, to discuss protected health information, and then in some personnel matters, such as a performance review. And the specific type of executive session must be listed on the agenda. And then I also want to call attention to a new update. So a new bill passed, which should go into effect, I think, September 12th of this year. So under ARS 38-431-03D, it prohibits the public body from going into executive session on a matter listed on a consent agenda that requires the public body to take a final vote or make a final decision. So just be aware that is a new change coming. Not that I think it'll impact this board, because we usually don't go into executive session on anything that would be on a consent agenda.
So I do have a question, if I could interrupt for a second.
Yeah.
So if we had a complaint that was on the consent agenda and we wanted legal advice, that wouldn't be admissible now. Because that item was on the consent agenda, or when we're pulling it off for discussion, that makes it not part of the consent agenda.
Yes, if you're pulling it off the consent agenda, then executive session would be permissible.
Okay, so if there was anything in the consent agenda, we would want to make sure that we pull that out for discussion.
Yes.
Even though it's not noticed that way, we could still.
You have a default notice at the top of all of the agendas that would allow you to go into executive session on any matter on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide, please. To go into executive session, it requires a vote. The motion should state the reason for the executive session. And just as an aside, if for whatever reason you do not have a lawyer present, you cannot go into executive session for legal advice. There will be no one there to give you legal advice. So do not do that. I don't know why we wouldn't be there, but if for whatever reason we're not, don't do that. Next slide, please. In the executive session, you'll be given a confidentiality statement that's read aloud, such as the minutes of and discussion held in executive session must be kept confidential. Next slide. In the executive session, the only people who can be present are individuals whose presence is reasonably necessary in order for the board to carry out its executive session responsibilities. So that includes the board members, some staff members, a person who is the subject of a personnel executive session, the auditor general, and your legal counsel. Next slide, please. This is very important. Avoid roving discussions in executive session and keep it to whatever we are in executive session for. So any additional conversation needs to be had in public and on the record. If we are in executive session for legal advice, it needs to be limited to the legal advice that Jean or I or another assistant attorney general is giving, or questions that would prompt a response that would be legal advice. If something comes up and you think, oh, I need to add this to discussion, hold on to it until we come back on the record and then disclose that. Next slide, please. To tack onto that, there's no voting in an executive session. The vote must happen in public. And at the conclusion of the executive session, the chair will announce that the executive session has ended. Next slide, please. This is also important, as noted by the man with red flags and the all capital letters. Do not reveal your attorney's legal advice or any other information from the executive session, and that includes starting your motion with, based on our attorney's advice, I move that we blah, blah, blah. Please do not say that. We, as far as you're concerned out here, didn't tell you anything. At least for the public. You know what I'm saying. Next slide, please. The meeting ends with the loss of a quorum. Otherwise, it may end by unanimous consent or by motion to adjourn. For the minutes, staff should note the time the meeting ends, and board members should avoid hanging around discussing board business with each other or members of the public. We've discussed this before, just another reminder. Next slide, please. Our role in this great endeavor is to provide the board legal advice, to ensure the board complies with statutes and rules, to ensure meetings are conducted in compliance with the open meeting law, and to conduct formal hearings pursuant to statute and notions of fairness and due process. Next slide, please. We are not here to impede board business, but help guarantee it is done lawfully. We do not direct policy. That is not our job. When advice is given during a meeting, it's for the protection of the board. And we are also here as legal counsel to the board, not to individual members, not to licensees or respondents, not to staff, to the board as a whole. And last slide. And that is my contact information. Please reach out if you ever have questions. I'm always here. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin. All right, moving on to tab 30, which is our call to the public. Welcome, Mr. Morris.
Thank you. Roger Morris, couple of observations, thoughts with it. One, I continue to see matters showing up in front of the board on failure to disclose. But most of the ones on individual licenses, I think we're fairly clear on, although people don't necessarily follow it. I think it's on the permits that it's the harder ones. Where is it the permit that's being applied for? Are we disclosing about the owner of that permit, being the corporate entity, or how far up you go the chain as to disclosures, and then the individuals who are the officers or owners of those permits? There's a number of states that go all the way up the chain and say you should disclose everything. There's a number of states that limit it to be able to do it. I just think you need to decide what you're going to be clear on and then ask people to disclose that. It seems silly to me to have your compliance officers digging into people about things that you didn't ask them to disclose in the first place. If we want them to disclose it, just ask them. If they don't disclose at that point, so be it. But it seems to me you need to make some decisions as to what level of information you want. And there's lots of examples of different states around the country and different boards that do that. The second one, and I think I made this comment before, but I'll just do it one more time. Either decide you want FDA Form 483s or not. They are not discipline under the law. So if you want them, ask for, we want anything of discipline and FDA notices for 483s or not. But it's really confusing for, I think, people responding on the 483s because they're legally not discipline, but yet we want to hear about them and talk about it. And I don't want to put people in a situation where they haven't disclosed something or they're not prepared for it for that issue. So if we want it, let's ask for it, but just sort of make that decision. Second portion was, it's just sort of funny. I was jotting some notes to myself, just sort of the history of things. We're back on deviations and variances, and it used to be a deviation when it was approved for forever, except if the board, when it heard the deviation, said, hey, we want you to come back in a year or 2 years and tell us about it. Then a few years ago, we decided we should have the deviations only be good for 2 years. Now we're going back to, as the pendulum swings, again, many deviations will be permanent deviations, and we'll sort of do it. And it's just an observation as to how things cycle to be able to do it. A second observation about how things cycle, and this was before I think any of you were members of this board. I remember sitting at a board meeting and one of the public members commented after a particular complaint saying, I've been on this board for 5 years and that's the first hospital complaint I have ever heard with it. And he said, I assume hospitals are just much safer and those are better pharmacists and better people for it. And the rest of the board members laughed and had different comments about hospitals and things with it. This was the most hospital intensive day I have ever sat through at the board. And I just put it as an observation with it. I don't know what that means in terms of history, if that's just a coincidence in terms of timing, but I thought it was interesting. The last substantive issue I have, Dr. Gandhi and I have been talking in part of the task force on the rules and some of the other stuff, and we've had discussions at it about the counseling rules and some changes that are being proposed in the counseling rules. One of the things that we didn't talk about in the task force, but I want to throw out there, is how far Arizona is willing to go. We are really high tech right now. AI is out there. It's really easy to get information out. There have been discussions and proposals at the FDA, but FDA hasn't hasn't done this. But nothing would stop this state from requiring manufacturers to prepare for any drug that they wish to sell in this state a 3-minute or less video that is the primary counseling that would go on. They would have a professional person actually doing the counseling, the things that we learn in school. Well, how to take it, what do you do for misdose, how to store it, what are the interactions or not. and that we then require, before a prescription for that drug is dispensed, a patient to have viewed that video. They can be out there, they can be on the manufacturer's website, YouTube, I mean, whatever. There's a million different places to do it. But then the pharmacist in the state would only be doing the counseling that I think is really necessary, the personalized counseling for each of the patients. But we would know for absolute certainty that the patients had been counseled in a manner that was necessary for it. And I think it would save a huge amount of time for Arizona pharmacists and yet be more effective than what we're doing in a lot of situations today. And this wasn't feasible 20 years ago, but it is clearly feasible with AI and technology today. So I sort of throw that out. And my last non-substantive one, is it polo shirts, no ties? What's the deal tomorrow?
Thank you, Mr. Morris. No ties still. Polo shirt's optional. All right. Any other public members online? All right. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you, everyone.